Ever wondered what makes TV so powerful in Jamaica? Time to find out. Welcome to Global TV Group 358, where television meets innovation. We're not just about shows, we're about shaping society. In Jamaica, TV keeps you informed, connects diverse voices, and supports democracy. Imagine a Jamaica where broadcasters unite, sharing data and collaborating globally. That's us, a unified voice in the TV industry. Did you know TV advertising is still king? It drives website traffic, boosts brand equity, and powers integrated campaigns. Even in an age of digital, TV stands strong, resilient in tough times. Our global TV deck is your treasure trove of insights and data. With charts, graphs, and success stories, it's your guide to impactful TV advertising. Curious to learn more? Visit our website and see how Global TV Group 358 keeps television at the heart of entertainment in Jamaica. Get ready to binge watch the future.
For me again, you can't for me again. You hold me down for a very long time. Can't buy sugar, we can't buy lime. Can't buy skin and we can't buy time. You can't for me again. Can't for me again. You can't for me again. You hold me down for a very long time. Can't buy sugar, we can't buy lime. You touch up line and a resort to crime. You can't for me again.
What people do in no money, what they at you, in no at you. Covid money, miss away in the year, look at you. Use the youth, the money, waste and bust a man to statue. Say me like a cashew, but me got in a figure you. Take the spit of money, God, and say that is not you. One day, the man above him, up him, I got a bed. Too much it in the kitchen, some a fly by like a patu. The singers and DJs and social media's coming at you.
It burn me.
300% free.
It burn me.
Garbage pile up the day.
It burn me.
Give the teacher them raise.
It burn me.
I see corruption fees.
It burn me.
Mash down the people them house.
It burn me.
Every day appear arms out.
It burn me.
Appear money them a thief.
It burn me.
And them a sell out the beach.
Can't for me again. You can't for me again. You hold me down for a very long time. Can't buy sugar, we can't buy lime. Can't buy skin and we can't buy time. You can't for me again. Can't for me again. You can't for me again. You hold me down for a very long time. Can't buy sugar, we can't buy lime. You touch up line and a resort to crime. You can't for me again.
For me say big up all the charities and all of the givers. Some a go like say them powerful, me no make a bigger. The urgent the promises, none of them not deliver. Cut up the youth, they rap and they down in our fever. Member bowl money and they lie them tell. Corruption smell and they pocket them swell. When police don't a market like Satan out of hell, go mash up people start like people themselves.
It burn me.
On they treat the market man.
It burn me.
On them a treat the cat man.
It burn me.
On they treat the peanut man.
It burn me.
On them a treat the dirt man.
It burn me.
On them a treat the sound man.
It burn me.
How them a treat policeman.
It burn me.
How them a treat soldier man.
It burn me.
How them a treat everyone.
Can't for me again. You can't for me again. You hold me down for a very long time. Can't buy sugar, we can't buy lime. Can't buy skin and we can't buy time. You can't for me again.
Stibby-dim day. We in Global TV says certain kind of friend we no cape. And some informer friend we love Lake. We in Global, bona fake friend and bona tape. We in Global, we not promote them, we not support them. Look at them on the cheek, come here represent for we in Global TV. Check it.
Good evening, good afternoon on this historic day in our country where for the very first time our budget will be presented by a woman. The budget presentation is less than an hour away. We hope to have a discussion leading up into the budget presentation. We hope we can host that similar debate we have on TikTok yesterday afternoon, and we are asking 2 questions this evening on substance, on presentation. To my community of party and all my family members, platform moderators, membership holders, viewers, subscribers, commenters, and trolls, good evening and welcome. Let me try open up these boxes. Hold on there. Let me guess over there. So why it's not allowing me to do that one? When guest connects, okay. No, I don't want that. Let me take that for now, yes. Right. So we would hope that people can join into the conversation this evening. The 2 questions we're asking, the first one is on substance. And the first question is, will the budget share the benefits of the good economy? Meaning, what do you hope to see in the budget that will uplift poor people or be beneficial to poor people and the working class? And the other simple question is on presentation. Do you think Faval will deliver? And that is to do with presentation, both in style and substance. So that is what we're hoping to discuss leading into the conversation, because they're less than an hour away before Parliament gets on the way. And because this is expected to be a historic event this evening, we no doubt will be sitting down to watch the budget presentation. So we hope if anyone have their view, they can say it in the next 40 minutes or so, because then we will alter ourselves to move straight into the Minister Faval Williams for what is to be quite a historic budget presentation this evening from a female Minister of Finance for the very first time in our country. Debbie Jarvis TV, good evening. Good evening and welcome. Thank you all for joining. Who else is there? Fitzroy Phillips, good evening. Carlos, Jamaican Carlos, good evening. Jeanette Beckford. Joan Andrea Joan Hamilton Wilson, good evening. Good evening. Chelsea Clinton, Gloria Morris, Sophia Hall. Good evening. Carl, I can share the live, please. Good evening, so we can build up until Favorable gets on the way. And as soon as budget is ready, we'll alter our TikTok screen so we can use the back camera. Debbie, good evening. 76. Is it Jake? Just King, good evening, and welcome. We are out here this evening awaiting the comments of the budget 2025-2026. Catherine, good evening. Doris, good evening. We hope that if anyone have an opinion on the 2 questions posed on substance and presentation, they can do so before the minister gets on the way in Parliament. And it's expected to be quite a sit down this evening, if it is anything that will mirror, Sharon Bernard, how are you? That will mirror Nigel Clark's budget presentations, then it ought to be quite a sit down this evening. Bear with me. To them game people, them not say, I don't understand game. Yeah. No, some of them game people I keep adding me. Them not say them something that out of my territory. Them there people will understand nonsense. If you play the game up on TikTok, you know, you have to can understand nonsense. I mean, not so equipped yet. You understand? So I mean, I understand how them something they go. I saw the minister exercising. Nigel can write it with her own. Wonderful. Colleen Richards, good evening and welcome. A lot of people are worried as to the minister's presentation, and it is based on previous presentation of the minister. So we are hoping that this evening she might just get the drift to jump out of herself. Let me set up the screen for TikTok. Make sure I have it. So as soon as I'm ready, we can turn my back camera for TikTok. Where is that crooked PVCJ? Oops, hold on. Bear with me, my peeps. Because both JIS and TDCJ will be broadcasting this evening, but I tend to prefer watching things on PBCJ. Canadian Gal, good evening. How are you? Anyone wants to come into the box on TikTok to answer the two questions posed before we go into the minister's debate? Because once the minister gets on the way, we will go into utter silence to give the minister. I'm trying to find it on the, oh yeah. Put it on the screen so I'm ready for it on the TikTok page. So TikTok can watch the going downs as well. We're not going to keep our screen like this on TikTok during the debate. We'll open up the screen and turn on the back camera so you can have a view as well of the either the pending calamity to come or an outstanding performance from the minister, one we've never anticipated. Sorry, my nose are igging me. One we've never anticipated or one we've never seen. A type of presentation we've never seen from the minister before. So I'm not expecting a clear, concise presentation. I expect a whole lot of box shuffling. No, sir, judgment. When you say a box shuffling, woman and arming, I go on this evening, Debbie. Well, you might never know, you know. She may just decide that she's going to give us a grand old oopsie daisy and make we say, backside, a fool favor there, a fool with all. this long. But as Damian Crawford said, she left Faval to the budget. Let's say Jesus. Damian said, I left you to the budget. Let's see if who will handle one another this evening. If Faval will handle the budget, or the budget will handle Faval. But out of the two of them this evening, one out of the two will have to take control. We are only 43 minutes away from Parliament getting underway. So if you want to have your say on what you expect in the budget or what you expect from Faval, presentation wise, for that matter, you can jump up into either box, whether it be YouTube or TikTok, and make your views known, because we want it to be a conversational evening this evening, Lady Faval. Good evening. And a question will be asking later on tonight. Did Faval really cross it? How would you mark Faval people after her presentation this evening? Can you um say you have walked off with confidence, saying the minister has delivered in presentation and style? The minister has delivered in substance. Remember, in February of last year, during the Prime Minister's campaign, the Prime Minister told us that they have spent 6 years getting the economy right at the top. Campbell, good evening. Getting it right at the top. And it is why we were kind of ignored out of the process of all of what was going on. You know, the prosperity that was promised. But then the Prime Minister promised that because we have spent 6 years focusing on the macroeconomy, we have gotten it right, said the Prime Minister. We will start to trickle down the economy. We'll start to look after your roads, your water, your local community, the things that bothers you at the local level, said the Prime Minister. Do you think that in this budget, given that this is a budget before an election, a budget where the Prime Minister is asking for a third term, do you think this budget will make sure Jamaicans feel like we are finally getting something, and that prosperity from the good economic management has finally reached to us? Debbie Jarvis has joined us on YouTube. Debbie Jarvis, good evening and welcome to Global
Good
TV.
evening, good evening, good evening, everyone. Welcome, globalists, to this wonderful chat session that you're anticipating. Like I said, I sure hope Miss Flavor will prove me wrong, but from her last little stint back in February,
Mm-hmm.
I am not very confident. And the last budget presentation that Nigel put in front of us before he left. He flew off to the IMF. I swear I do believe that Flavel was the one that did that. That's why he stood there and was hemming and hawing and getting stuck and trying to figure out a way to get out of what he read, because he knew it didn't make sense. And I think that was her practice, them putting her to practice doing the budget presentation or writing the budget and giving it to Ligel to present as her form of getting her feet wet. I'm not
What if she
expecting anything.
what if she turn out worse in this one as is expected?
Then we are like corks. We are like corks. We are screwed. You
But
know,
do you think, Debbie, that the Prime Minister is going to make sure Jamaicans who have been ignored finally gets something tangible in this budget, as the Prime Minister spoke about? Or is it that it's going to be more promises, 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 and promises?
I do believe, honestly, do believe that it's going to be a lot of the same old promises, promises, and more promises, and nothing can come true. It's going to be a whole bunch of we're gonna do, we will do, we're planning on, and nothing to show for that. Because if they've been saying they're gonna do, they will do, they're planning on doing for God knows how long now, nine
Mhm.
years, there is no indication of nothing happening or started to say, okay, all right, they said they're gonna do this, they said they will do that, they said they're planning on this, and here they are showing what they said, starting, at least starting what they said they're gonna do. And there's nothing. There's
They will come to
absolutely nothing.
they are going to come to us to tell us that spark have started.
Where? Which part?
So that is a part of what they're going to tell us, that we have been given out of the good economic management, because we have been given a recarpeting of our roadways.
Recarpeting of the roads in Portland. Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, he's
No, there.
recarpeting nationally, even though it won't scratch the surface, but it's a national recarpeting campaign, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I am not confident that this is going to be better than her previous semi-presentation. Look at the last time she was up there and she was talking, and the big hoof one, Madam Chairperson, had to literally bail her out
This is not an
of
even though where she will be bailed out. It's Faval Evelyn to shine the
presenting, yes,
security.
presenting and being the pinnacle, being the shining star, the big star on the big stage now. And honest to God, just from past experiences, I don't see it happening. Now, like I said, I hope she proves me wrong and knock it out the park, and everybody is included, most especially poor people. I hope that there is entities in there and insertions in there that includes everybody, especially the poor, and the destitute and the
We
indigent
are
people
being
of Jamaica.
told, we are being told that a massive chunk of the public service money is to pay, I think, central government salary. There's a massive chunk going to central government salary, and
Well,
that makes up the 300% pay rise. But at the same time, we're having a massive pushback, and whatever you want to call it, on the public sector salary, where those in the services that make government work are not
not
actually
getting anything.
properly paid, but
Right.
those who sit way up there are being paid very handsomely. Do you think this budget will go anyway to make up for that?
I seriously doubt it. I honestly seriously doubt it. And that big chunk of money that they're pouring into these politicians' pockets again. They're not doing anything for it. They are not doing a single
If anyone
thing.
on TikTok want to join the conversation, you can request to come up in the box, please. Yeah, continue, Debs.
They're not doing a single thing to earn that money that they're getting paid. Remember, Conjure came out a while when he was trying to justify the 300% raise. Oh, we need this money to pick the best and the brightest and bring them in. And we need this extra money to do the work and make sure we do the work properly and wonderfully and marvelously. And they've done nothing.
Morris
They
Jenkins,
have
good evening.
absolutely done nothing. Nothing. So, um,
But I don't know why I'm thinking that this budget may possibly be full of a lot of stunt because of the imminency of a general election
election.
where the
Hmm.
prime minister is hell bent on a third term. So I think this budget will probably go on a wild giveaway, don't you think?
And if it does, if all they will be doing is saying that it will, just just words
Mm.
to get to the heart of the people, just words. Because look, okay, look from when politicians campaigning to get back into power or to get into power or to get into office have been promising road and water. Look
That's
from
true.
when, and all know.
Older than a lot of us. That promise
Okay,
is
thank you.
older than a lot of us.
And nothing can come to fruition yet. Mr. Man went out the other day and talked about, oh, emergency, emergency, emergency for our local roads, and we're gonna fix, we're gonna fix, we're gonna fix. Has anything started yet? Has anybody seen anything?
Well,
Even the little mile and tar to dam up the hole, the big old craters in the road.
they say
Nothing.
Spark is going fine.
They say what now?
They said Spark is going fine.
Where? So there are a bunch of picture tech and propaganda photos and videos. How come they're not showing that? You know how Conjure love to get on the back of a bulldozer or one of those equipment that flatten out, concrete or flatten out the asphalt or whatever. How come we're not seeing none of those pictures and videos out there with him a jump on machine with hard hat and a wave like a big old clown
Well,
and say, look what I'm doing.
I saw Anne-Marie Vaz the other day driving a roller. So maybe there are actually some places where Spark is going on. So because I have seen her driving a roller, even though she's quite an active
Mm,
MP, but
mm.
I'm looking for expansion in agriculture and in rural develop job in our rural
Exactly.
communities because the problem I have with the low level the lowest level the prime minister boasts about in unemployment, it's it's really is dealing with the inner cities. It is not taking into account people from rural Jamaica, where I'm from, which jobs are not created. And
Hmm.
where those jobs are created, we cannot travel back and forth on a daily basis to take up those jobs because it is just not economically viable.
It's not.
So these are
It's not.
things that I want to see improvement on in the rural communities where that type of investment is being put to create jobs for young people because rural young people do want to work, but there really isn't a lot locally.
Absolutely. And I remember a couple of months ago, I did a live on this where Madam Juliet Holness went up to rural St. Andrew. And because she know the people them are always up there cleaning up and fixing up and trying to get themselves situated as far as road is concerned, she went up with a mouthful of promises and a mouthful of lies. and how she gonna measure the road and come back to them and tell them how much it's gonna cost. Why that matters to why is she telling them that? I don't know, because it is government job to fix road and create road and maintain road. Why would she be going to the people up in rural St. Andrew and telling them that nonsense? Have they seen her or heard from her since? No.
This is
Whole
the
bunch
thing
of
I
mouthful
don't
of
like
stuff.
about Jamaicans do it in general. The both party. User, can you mute for me until I'm ready for you shortly, please? Where both party makes it look like when they're spending government money, it is
Hmm.
about their party. Uh, User 60, can you mute for me, please? When they're using government money, they make it as if it is the party doing something for the people of Jamaica and not actually um, not actually government funded project.
Right. They make it seem like they,
One
especially the
second, let me
MPs.
see if I can take this person. User 60,
Mhm.
can you unmute, please? I don't think he's ready. Let me disconnect him. Yeah, sorry about that, Debs. Go ahead.
Yeah, they make it seem as if they're doing the people a favor of each community and the money is coming out of their personal accounts and their personal pockets. And people, there's so many people that fail to understand and realize that every cent that any politician use in their community, it's their money, the community's money, the taxpayers' money. It's not the MPs, it's not the any minister of any division. It's not their money, it is the taxpayers' money.
Exactly.
And they're just the sponsors, not even sponsors, but the holder and the facilitator of the taxpayers' money.
Mm-hmm.
That's the job that they were hired to do. So when they come out, they talk about, look what me do for you, and the see me build up road, and the see me get water in on the house, and the see me give on a black tank.
These are
No,
actually
you
what
ain't do that.
these are actually what we paid them handsomely for.
Absolutely.
It is what we
Absolutely.
actually paid them to deliver on. But
This
you
is
find
where you're.
a lot of the time they would take it as something to be praised for,
Hmm.
as if
Hmm.
it's out of the goodness of their heart that they have assisted us, while
Right.
we're putting them in the millions to carry out those tasks.
That is why they got this 300% raise to do work, to absolutely do work for the people of each community and their constituency. This,
Exactly.
the money didn't get the money did not the money that they're using or the money that's there that's provided to fix up infrastructure, fix up communities, fix road, redo road, build road, get piped water into everybody's household. That's taxpayers' money.
Mm-hmm.
This is why people pay taxes, and I wish everybody could get that
All the
through
time
their
to the
head.
reason.
I wish people would get that through their head that this is your money and you have every right to double down and put in a foot on their neck and say, squeeze out the money, your money out of them to fix the roads in your community,
I
to
don't
take
think
care,
we're
give
going
you
I don't think we're going to get better service until we demand it.
exactly. Exactly. This is why I'm saying I just wish the people would open up their eyes and see and understand. Listen to what they say, but also listen to what they do not say. Learn to read between the lines. A very good
Yes.
friend of mine always say to me, listen to what they say, when they're giving their nice hearty speech, but also make sure you listen to what they are not saying.
Fat Boy Slim,
And
thanks for the
that's
follow.
that's where the crux of the matter is. What they're not saying.
Exactly.
They hide all kinds of stuff underneath these big words and long phrases and making it seem like they're doing such a wonderful job for you and you must praise me. Praising you what? I'm praising you by keeping you in office and paying you. That's the praise. That's all the praise you need. Now you need to show me what I'm paying for. Do
Exactly.
what I'm paying you to do. Don't just come sit up here and then talk about people bad mind you and all of this nonsense. How you going to bad mind somebody you gave a job to and you expect them to do the job that you hired them to do? They're not bad mind you, they're ticked off at you because you're not doing the job that you were hired and are being paid to do. That's what that is. And I
Exactly.
just
It
wish
is something
people
that
would just understand.
and this is why I said we will not get better service until we demand it, because at the
Absolutely.
moment the truth is us the people on who play the tribal politics on
Hmm.
both sides, we make it seem that when our politicians do their job, they're actually
It is
being
something to
kind
be
to
praised.
us and are doing us a favor.
No, no. You are the employee. We are paying you to do a job, and when you do the job, your pay is your accolade. Plain and simple. Your pay is us telling you job well done. But right now, what we have is a whole bunch of people getting a whole bunch of money and not doing anything for it.
Well,
And we have to start hold them accountable.
let's see if today's budget will balance that and give something to poor people. Thanks for the share, Annie. Give something to poor people, as we have seen that massive pay rise that a lot of the budget will be going to service central government employee.
Listen, as far as that is concerned, my own personal opinion, our teachers should be the highest paid civil
Yes.
servants anywhere. Remember, the teacher teach the doctor, the teacher teach the nurse, the teacher teach the lawyer, the teacher teach the prime minister, the teacher teach the police officer.
One second,
So
Debbie. If anyone on TikTok wants to have a say on the questions, whether you think this budget will share the good economy with us, share the benefits of the good economy, and if you think, for that matter, Faval will cross it, and that is in style, substance, and presentation. Do you think Faval will cross it? And do you think the ordinary poor Jamaican is going to be comfortable placed in this budget?
I don't know.
Continue.
I am very doubtful of that. But like I said, I hope she proves me wrong. I absolutely hope she proves me wrong. But
Well, so
being that
far, most
she's
of her public presentations have been shabby.
hmm
Certainly, her performance in the committee the other evening was dismal.
it was,
Dismal.
but again,
If she haven't sharpened up herself, it will be, if we are to judge her on that, it will be an utter car crash this evening. Because if the minister has not researched and she's going to come to the podium to tell us I've been made aware that I have just been told that it won't make for good presentation.
My thing is, she is on the conjure's thumb, and he
Then
will
what?
put in
Good
there.
evening and welcome. I can tell your mother is a labor rights. Continue, Debbie.
Yeah, well, that one is flushed. I do believe because she is on the conjure thumb, he put in there what he wants her to read out to the people, what sound good to his big ears, and she not well versed in the area. She is just going to read what he put out
But remember,
because
after he appointed her, and in that press briefing when he was speaking, he was asked of the appointment made if he think he appoints the right person, and his answer was he is not of the view that you have to choose people based on their qualification and experience. All they have to do is to be disciplish to his policy.
right,
I don't
exactly.
know in this case how good of a disciple the minister is.
Well, this is why we have uh doctors, actual medical doctors, not in charge of the Ministry of Health. This is why we have uh, marketing people in charge of Ministry of Health. This is why we have regular Joe Schmo in charge of security because they're all his disciples and they just follow and listen to whatever he says. I would
Hold on
really
there,
like to know.
hold on there, Debbie. Me say, me buck up on one new ball out today, the same ball out, But
Oh yeah?
that ball out, yeah, it have everybody put in a them decent place. 1 second, I don't know what is
Mm-hmm.
happening to my computer. It just walk and sign me out of everything like me and him no agree. Hold on there. Him just sign me out of everything like me and him have problem.
They might try to silence you, but then I realize that it now work.
It looks so.
Hmm. Look here. We will go stronger than for them, okay?
Well, if them want to waste their money per me, it will be absolutely waste of money.
Wastage. Big
So
wastage.
if they want to continue, continue because even if you walk and write up things on lampposts,
Mm-hmm.
you will
I go
still
happen.
remember the olden days of advertising your dance, your party. You get piece of
Mm-hmm.
cartridge paper and one marker pen, and you go write it on it, and you paste it on one lamppost, and everybody
Uh-huh.
pass
Yep.
this. So if they trouble me, we will go back to marker pen and lamppost days.
Right.
So they ought to be careful. But one new
More than
ball
one
out,
way to skin a cat.
one new ball out that road where it fix everybody in place at the ball out. Hold on there. When I go see Daniel ball out, yeah, everybody fix properly into
I
their
wonder to
position.
say, oh yes, that is the very same one.
Out! Whoa! Yo, 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 yo.
Yeah.
We
Pay
need help,
attention,
Jesus.
people.
Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament.
Don't
Shift the
like
election.
the follow.
Shift everything. Remove them out there. Take out the cockroach.
Hey,
Take out the thief. Take out the criminal them. Take out the thief them. Take out the murderer them. Take out the
Mm-hmm.
gang leader them. Out of
Oh,
parliament. Take them out from Portland. Take them out. I hear Portland. Me I go to Portland. Why me I travel
mm-hmm.
to Portland? Take out somebody, man or woman.
Mm,
Look again, my people.
they're
They are
very
all
famous.
well
Yes,
placed,
it's on
well
point.
placed with the wording.
On point.
Point.
Very much so.
Ball out.
Ball out! Whoa, yo, yo, yo. We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election. Shift everything. Remove them out there. Take out the cockroach. Take out the
Hmm.
thief. Take out the criminal them. Take out the
Yes.
thief them. Take out the murderer them. Take out the gang leader them. Out of parliament. Take them out from Portland. Take them out. I hear Portland. Me I go to Portland. Why me I travel to Portland? Take out somebody, man or woman.
Well, I know them
Yes,
are going to
sir.
sue people. Hmm?
Look here,
Everybody has
then
to
go. I
come
have to have
and
whole heap of sewage to go and if them a go sue people. Nobody call nobody name, you know. Nobody
everybody has
call
to come
nobody name.
and you know. Everybody will have to run and up for a lawsuit because
They can't go on.
this minister ain't playing.
Nope.
I'm just refreshing my screen. We have 13 minutes to go. You want to wrap up now, Debbie, because I'm going to alter my screens for when the presentation
The
starts, and they start in
presentation.
13 minutes.
Like I said, I am not expecting anything phenomenal or magical out of this budget presentation by Madam Minister of Finance. And I do hope she surprises me and prove me wrong. But again, from past experience, there was nothing. There's nothing, and I don't expect anything out of this one. All this will be is her regurgitating Conjure's words that he sit down with her and tell her to put in and write in and tell her to read. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And my energy drink then is kind of half frozen and slushy now, so it make it easy to go down. Husband
Well,
knows say this
Anvaz
presentation going to be a snoozer.
Anvaz had some energy drink as well, so it's going to be exciting. And I need to take on the Prime Minister in the last 5 minutes before, because he gave
Hmm.
a clarity to the social housing brouhaha, which still does not meet what we are requiring of the Prime Minister to provide. Let Anne just excite us into Faval's dismal presentation.
Watch me and me MP.
Upgraded every dude I ever touched. Study want me back, he can't touch this. Baby, I already leveled up. You looking for love, and I'm looking for your love.
Yes, that was the
Hmm.
competition of the stiffs. Hmm? The competition of the stiffs. And let us play the Prime Minister recent clarity, and let me respond to the Prime Minister on it, because it's still, Prime Minister, not quite clear to me.
Now, there was some confusion as to whether or not these houses, after they are built, can be taken back from the beneficiaries or used for other purposes. Once the house is built on land that is owned by someone else, then that house effectively becomes the property of the landowner. The government cannot come and take this back, and neither do we want to. What we are trying to do is to give Evadne an asset that she can use to break intergenerational poverty. So Evadne's family now has an endowment from which they can build on.
Prime Minister, it is still not clear. There is still a confusion here, Prime Minister. And let us focus on the issue, Prime Minister, of lease land. Given that in this further clarity, you are saying to us that the house would belong to the person who owns the land. But in the case, Prime Minister, where you are willing to build on a leased land, does that not provide a deeper contradiction? The more you explain, Prime Minister, the deeper you fall into a hole. Just come honest. Come honest, so we not get caught out. But you cannot come in one sentence and say to us that I'm okay if you come with a lease for 40 years or so, I will build a house on it. But then the house belongs to the person who owns the land, Prime Minister. It doesn't make good listening. Rethink it and come again. All right, yo? That's what I want to clarify with the Prime Minister. This recent clarity, Candice, well, go on, cause this recent clarity, Prime Minister, makes absolutely no sense, nor does it provide you a get out card from the land debacle concerning the new social housing project. Have your final say, Debbie, because I only have a few minutes for altering myself.
All I want my Jamaican people to do is wash out the greenness out of them eye, wash out the orangeness out of them eye, listen to what these people are saying, listen, hear what they are not saying, and open an eye. Open your eyes and think about all of the so-called promises, campaign promises that they have been making for years and years now. Look and see where there has been any progress or improvement or even a start into all of the stuff that they've been telling us they will do, they're planning on doing.
Everything
Show us
depends.
where the start is. All
Everything
right,
they
family?
promise us is on delay.
Yeah, yeah. I know them have the spark, the reach, the this, the that, the touch, all of that stuff. What is that doing? What is that doing?
Nothing. Absolutely
Family?
nothing.
Wanna listen, clean out in the ears. Don't broke tick putting on the ears. Clean out your ears. Take out all of the wax so you can hear good and clear. And listen to all of what is being said and what is not being said.
Exactly.
All right?
Anyway, Debbie
Well,
Jarvis, thank you for being here this
you are
evening.
welcome
The
anytime.
minister will soon be getting on the way, and
On the
I'm
podium to
going
start book shuffle.
to I'm going to change my TikTok thingy now to turn around and opening up the screen.
Yes, and people like up the live, like up the live. Just tap on the like button. Just tap it up, and tap up the TikTok screen. All right? We shall all
Anyway,
listen together.
yes. Thank you very much.
You are welcome, sir.
Right. TikTok, bear with me. I'm going to alter what you can see, and I'm going to go behind screen, I think, and hold on. Let me try arrange my hold this here Frankie booster going on now. Hold on there. So I need to flip the camera. Flip. Has it flipped? No, it has not. Okay. And then I need to what's the other rounds here? What's this thing is called? Effects. Okay. Leonard! Hold on. TikTok, man. Get on the screen. Don't mind the camera. That's my camera for YouTube. So I want to make sure you all get a glimpse of it when it started. We have 4 minutes to go before the link goes live. Um, I will. I'm going to dim my light YouTube so it can be a better viewing for what's him call it. It will be a better viewing on the on the projector for TikTok. So I hope let me bring up my screen because that screen is going to be closed when Parliament starts. We are hoping for them to get underway in under 5 minutes as we sit down this evening and prepare ourselves for this historic debate to come this evening as our first female prime minister will make her maiden budget presentation. We want to wish the minister well in her presentation this evening, despite the malarkey. At the end of the day, the minister is presenting our budget. That budget that will take our country forward for this year. So all in all, we want to wish the minister well. On the other hand, also, we hope that the minister can remember us this evening in her presentation. Yes, the forgotten lot of us who are still waiting to get something out of this prosperity that we are waiting for, one that was promised to us, one that we are earnestly waiting for. Keep tapping up the screen. Please TikTok and please share the screen and let everyone know that we will be watching the budget presentation together this evening on Global TV, on YouTube, on TikTok. When the link go live, it will become a little bit brighter. TikTok, it won't stay as dark as that. Let me make sure the projector is in its space. AC. Alrighty. Bear with us. We're just getting everything fixed and sorted. The projector look a little bit tilt, but no mind. Never mind the buzzcocks. Never mind them at all. TikTok, I hope your view is fine. Let me know if your view is fine, TikTok. When the link goes live, it will be a bit brighter than that. But the link is not open yet. We are waiting for the link to go live. It is 2 p.m. in Jamaica, 7 p.m. in London. And we are waiting for PBCJ to go live as this will carry the budget presentation of the Minister of Finance here this evening, where Global TV will be also covering the debate. We are standing by to see how it will all pan out this evening. So, if you're just joining us, we are standing by for 2025-2026 budget presentation from Jamaica's first female minister of finance. We are hoping that all we have been promised, the good prosperity and all of that, in this budget, at the eve of an election where the government is seeking a third term, for once and for all, we might just be given what we've been promised for about 9 years now. The good, the prosperity, welcome caution, the prosperity from the good economic management. We are waiting for PDCJ to go live. And as soon as Parliament is ready, of course, we'll keep silent and allow the proceedings, the historical proceedings, to carry on this evening. Do you think Faval will cross it? Do you think that the benefits of the good economic management will be shared with the people of Jamaica this evening, given it's the budget before the government asks for the third term? Thank you very much. If you're just joining us, keep tapping the screen, whichever platform you are on. We are waiting for the PBCJ link to go live, as this event is expected to be a historic presentation this evening from the minister. So we are waiting. We don't know what they are waiting on, but we certainly are waiting on them. Both our systems have been set up on both YouTube and TikTok. The delay with us. Government, they are as slow and behind time as usual. The Cassandra, good evening and welcome. Slow and behind time as usual, but because this is a historic evening, we have all the time to wait. All of the time to wait. Do you think Faval will cross it? Do you think we will get the benefits of this good economic management that has been swirling around us for this longer time? Sunshine, how are you? Master agree. The good economic management has been making its rounds. Has it, though, gotten to us, the people, is the question. And if you argue that it has not gotten to us yet, do you think this evening, the 11th of March 2025, is when we will see the grandiose fruits of the labor we've been waiting for, the good economic management. If we don't yam it off, remember Prime Minister said, can yam. Prime Minister said, try and see if you don't can yam. If you believe the Prime Minister, you would take a bite out of a good economy, wouldn't you? That's what the Prime Minister says. And because we so hungry, we take the Prime Minister good economy and eat it off. And now we just left so. Let me see what I want over yonder. The one camera PBCJ. Because they live over Senate here now. I don't know if the one put up camera they have broke down upon them. Let me check JIS if they have gone live yet. Bear with mine, people. Bear with. This is a shabby government. Let me see what I want for JIS. Yeah, JIS budget presentation, that link not open up yet either. So I think she'd only be the reader of the script. Actually, she's the reader of the script. It's all done by Alan Jean, that advisor to the Prime Minister who's leading the financial office, the finance ministry by stealth. Anyway, Faval dim as a dark night like myself, yeah. Me and Faval is help for the helpless Lord, isn't it? Just have to look for when we talk about a number. I have been told that. I have been made aware that. I have just been told, said the minister. So, I don't know if the one camera over PDCJ broke down, and then I feel wait till over Senate done to get the one total camera to come over House of Representative, because then extend it to 7:15, my peeps. All right, they have extended it to 7:15. So we are hoping that they will go live in the next few minutes, because them top up the time rather to the next 15 minutes. Valerie, good evening and welcome. Barbara Simpson, Carleen, said Thomas, Carleen Dormer, Novlet Blake, Miranda Ruddock, everyone, good evening. Good evening and welcome. Top up the screen, please. Top up the screen. And if you feel jiggy and you want to send us rose or donut, we really don't mind. We don't complain about those things. You see. Because we don't know why the minister and him friend them have where wait. Faval, we don't like the bad start, you know. We don't like the late start and we don't like the false start. Because this will all get you nervous. Make as soon as you come out here, book to befall you. We don't want no book to failure to the minister. What we are hoping is that you will be that flying eagle over Parliament today. You just go on, son, do the things so. And I make we feel proud of our country, so. John Rock 8766. Do the things so, and make we proud of our country. I think, have they gone live now? Hold on.
Did you know that UK drivers could reclaim on average £5,318 back if their car finance deals were missold to them?
Open their screen.
Portfolios and outline plans for the coming financial year. Now, the budget debate will run until Tuesday, March 25. And during this time, key members...
Why are they...
If the total revenue doesn't cover the total expenditure, the government can borrow loans. During the budget debate, ministers report on the work done in government departments under their portfolios and outline plans for the coming financial year. Now, the budget debate will run until Tuesday, March 25. And during this time, key members of both the government and the opposition will be making presentations. Opposition spokesman on finance, planning, and for public service, Julian Robinson, is scheduled to present on Thursday, March 13. Opposition leader Mark Golding will speak on Tuesday, March 18, while Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness will deliver his presentation on Thursday, March 20. Then Minister Williams will conclude the debate on Tuesday, March 25. It should be noted that the agenda can be adjusted, with items being added, removed, or replaced. If you are planning to attend a session at Gordon House, here are some rules to keep in mind. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card from the office of the clerk. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during the suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed, unless so authorized by the presiding officer. And there should be no smoking inside the parliamentary building. It's almost time to go to the main event. But before that, let's get the answer to the trivia question. We asked, true or false? The government of Jamaica revenues are earned from 5 main sources. It's true. The government of Jamaica's revenues are earned from 5 sources, including taxation on goods and services, non-tax revenue when citizens use services offered by the government, capital revenue from assets and services, loan receipts, grants from local and international partners. Now over to the proceedings.
Oh, what have I done?
Ms. Davis, Mr. Golden, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah,
Sunshine, can you hear it well on TikTok?
Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips.
Sunshine, let me know how well you can hear on TikTok.
Mr. Carl Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Sibley's, Mr. Slowly, Mr. Smith, Dwayne Smith, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley.
Well, you're not hearing anything, Sunshine.
Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Wright.
What's happening here?
Thank you, Clark. It is always a great honor and pleasure to welcome all of you to the sitting of the House of Representatives, and particularly for today, Tuesday, March 11, 2025. Today, we commence the budget debate for the financial year 2025-2026.
It's them that is very low
And
because
we will
my
hear
thing is turned
from
right
the
up.
Minister of Finance and the Public Service who will make the opening presentation. I would like to extend a special welcome to the members of Minister
Turn your
Williams'
volume up,
family,
my people, because I've
members
turned
of the
all my thing
diplomatic
right up.
corps and representatives of the international organizations, union representatives, representatives of public bodies, members of the St. Andrew Eastern constituency, representatives from the public sector, those who are joining us online via the various social media platforms, and PBTJ live stream. To all the guests in the gallery, and particularly so many women who said, we are coming out to listen to the presentation of our historic first female Minister of Finance. Welcome. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to join you in welcoming members to this historic sitting of the House, as you have correctly stated earlier, that at this sitting history will be made when the first ever female Minister of Finance will make a presentation to this House. Madam Speaker, I'd like also to join you in welcoming the members of the diplomatic corps who are here with us in the gallery, to welcome the members of the international and multilateral community who are present here today, the members of the great constituency of Eastern St. Andrew, who are also here in the gallery, and members of the media and the numerous individuals who are joining by virtual means today as we stream live across the world for this historic presentation. Madam Speaker, I'd like also to welcome the members in the well of the House, senators, and also a former member of this chamber who is here with us today. Madam Speaker, as is customary, when the appropriation bill is to be presented, we carry through our agenda as quickly as we can to facilitate it. And so in that vein, I would invite you to proceed with the agenda as stated. May it please you, Justice.
It's their audio very poor.
Statement by Minister. Announcement.
Laid on the table of the House are the following: Economic and Fiscal Assessment Report of the Independent Fiscal Commission for the financial year 2025-2026, Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the Ports Management and Security Limited for the financial year 2020-2021, Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the Postal Corporation for financial year 2022-2023, the Segregated Accounts Companies Forms Regulations 2025 under the Segregated Accounts Companies Act, report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, Ministry Paper number 9 of 2025 entitled Revenue Measures for the Financial Year 2025-2026, and Auditor General Department's certified appropriation accounts under the head 72,000C under the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development for the year 2022-2023.
This is brought from the Senate.
If you go by PBCJ, it's the same thing.
Following is a message from the President of the Senate. To the Honorable House of Representatives, I have the honor to advise the Honorable House of Representatives that on the 28th day of February 2025, an act to amend the Counties and Parishes Act to declare the city municipality of Portmore the 15th parish of Jamaica and connected matters was passed without amendment. The Honorable Thomas Tavares Finson, President of the Senate.
Thank you. Petitions, papers, reports from committee. Minister of Finance.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the estimates of expenditure 2025-2026 for the financial year ending March 31, 2026. The Jamaica Public Bodies estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026. The Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 2025-2026. The Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy for the financial year 2025-2026 to the financial year 2028-2029. The revenue estimates 2025-2026 for the financial year ending March 31, 2026. The Jamaica Mortgage Bank estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026. The public sector consolidated estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31, 2026, and the tax expenditure statement 2025.
Thank you, Minister. Notices of motions given orally. Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following.
The audience.
Be it resolved that the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the estimates of expenditure 2025-2026 for the financial year ending March 2026. The Jamaica Public Bodies estimate of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026. The Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 2025-2026. The Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy for the financial year 2025-2026 to the financial year 2028-2029. The revenue estimates 2025-2026 for the financial year ending March 31, 2026. The Jamaica Mortgage Bank estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026. The public sector consolidated estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31, 2026, and the tax expenditure statement 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 11th day of March 2025, be approved. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Madam Speaker, I also beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill entitled An Act to apply a sum out of the consolidated fund to service of the year ending on the 31st day of March 2026 and to appropriate the sums granted in this session of Parliament.
Thank you, Minister. Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business. House Leader.
Speaker, in keeping with the order paper, I would recommend that you invite the Minister of Finance to now take the motion in her name as stated with regards to the report of the Standing Finance Committee.
Minister, give me a moment, please. Members in the gallery, those who are visiting the Parliament today, just a small housekeeping reminder. You are not permitted to clap during the sitting of Parliament at all. No disturbances at all. And for those members who are seated here in chamber, just a reminder, Standing Order 34, you may refer to it as it relates to interruptions, and particularly our custom in respect of our budget debate. The member on their feet will be heard uninterrupted. Uninterrupted. Please refer again to Standing Order 34. Let us now make welcome Minister of Finance and the Public Service. So, Minister, go reports. You can pause. Members, you'll have that to do again. Members, you'll have that to do again. Minister, proceed.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion regarding the report of the Standing Finance Committee, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? The question is, the minister has moved for notices in respect of motion in respect of the Standing Finance Committee, which she gave earlier, be made. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Madam Speaker, as we all know, the subject of the budget debate is the appropriation bill. But before the debate commences, the report of the Standing Finance Committee tabled today must be adopted. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I now move that the motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Finance Committee, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
The question is that the motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Finance Committee be approved. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, this Honorable House would have taken note that on the 11th day of February 2025, the Minister of Finance and the Public Service gave notice of that at the next meeting of the House, she would move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Jamaica Teaching Council Act 2025. Madam Speaker, I now seek leave of the House to withdraw the bill.
Is it the wish of the House that the bill be withdrawn? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now beg to move for the recommittal of agenda item presentations of bills without leave of the House first obtained to allow for the tabling of the appropriations bill.
The question is for the recommittal of the agenda item, presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. At presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained, Minister of Finance and the Public Service.
Madam Speaker, I move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Appropriation Act 2025.
The question is that the bill be read a first time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill shortly entitled the Appropriations Act 2025 read a first time.
Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill. I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill and to commence the budget debate.
Thank you. Public business. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the historic moment has arrived. I now invite you, Madam Speaker, to request of the Minister of Finance to commence the debate. May it please.
Thank you, House Leader. Members, let's make welcome to her feet for her first presentation as the Minister of Finance, our first female Minister of Finance, the Minister of Finance and the Public Service.
Madam Speaker, permission to speak from a seat other than my own.
Permission granted, Minister.
Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity to acknowledge members of the Diplomatic Corps as they celebrate Diplomatic Week. Let me acknowledge as well members of the international organizations, unions, public sector, media.
Come on, and fix our mind.
Online. Let me acknowledge as well all the senators who are here today. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge my husband, Leo, of 35 years. And our two daughters and family members who are watching online from the United States. I want to acknowledge as well all the people that when we grow up with in a Ty Dixon. Yeah. The very rural, subsistent farming community in which I was born and where I went to Miss Ivy Long's basic school and the government's Ty Dixon primary school. Some of them from Ty Dixon are here to support me. One of their own who has come from among them, to the position of the first female Minister of Victoria. Speaker, my greatest sense of gratitude is to the Ty Dixon Seventh-day Baptist Church, at which my father served as a deacon for many years. Madam Speaker, there was absolutely no story that I and my brothers and sisters could concoct and tell our parents that would cause them to say, oh, nobody go to church today. Even if we had to go to church on a stretcher, Madam Speaker, we had to go. Thank you, Ty Dixon Seventh-day Baptist Church. For instilling lessons that continue to shape my character and guide my footsteps. Madam Speaker, let me also acknowledge all my colleagues in Parliament this afternoon. And let me again say thank you to the Prime Minister for his faith and confidence in me in appointing me to this position. This Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, is a Prime Minister who has appointed women to occupy many high positions in government. In his cabinet are the most women of any other government, including the first woman Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade that Jamaica has seen. The Prime Minister has also appointed the first female cabinet secretary and the first female head of the Armed Forces of Jamaica. One of only 2 women to hold that position globally. Across government, several women also hold important positions, such as permanent secretaries and heads of departments. And so I say, Madam Speaker, what a Prime Minister. What a government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm very aware that I stand on the shoulders of all the women before me who have occupied high offices in government. Today, I am grateful for the opportunity to be a voice for our women and girls. To my women colleagues in Parliament, I appreciate your support every step of the way. I could not end my gratitude without saying thank you to all those in St. Andrew Eastern who allowed me this opportunity to represent them in Parliament and to work with them for a better life for them. To my 2 devoted CPOs who traverse the constituency with me at hours when dog afraid, I say thank you. Your sacrifice has not gone unnoticed, and I want to say thank you to your families for their understanding. Madam Speaker, let me acknowledge students who are here this afternoon from Ferncourt High School the high school I attended and the high school I attended and from which I graduated. I also want to acknowledge all the students who are here from Papine High School in the constituency of St. Andrew, Eastern. But I must single out the financial secretary and the entire team from the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, who put in yeoman's hours to do all that needs to be done at the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. My job is easier because of their collective efforts. Madam Speaker, there are so many other persons in government and outside of government, too numerous to call by name, that have helped me on this journey. And to all of you, my heartfelt thank you. To all I say, I appreciate all your contributions, especially your words of encouragement. Madam Speaker, this budget for fiscal year 2025-26 reflects the suggestions, the thoughts, and the ideas of many Jamaicans. Thank you for all your WhatsApps, your emails, and your phone calls. I say to all Jamaicans, we are a government that listens. We are a government that cares. Madam Speaker, today marks the 10th budget presentation for this Prime Minister Andrew Holness administration. The significance of this budget is that it is a budget that is happening in an election year, but it is also a budget that comes after many years of discipline in managing the country's financial affairs. Some of this fiscal discipline initially came with the IMF US $615 million Extended Fund Facility, EFF program, that the government of 2012 to 2016 negotiated with the IMF. Madam Speaker, those early years of learning fiscal discipline by a government known as Run With It government were, in my mind, the equivalent of the then government riding a child's bicycle with training wheels. Madam Speaker, I swear I did not choose the orange t-shirt that the child in the picture is wearing. I don't even know the people in the picture, but this picture is fitting because those years were really the government of the day learning fiscal discipline. Recall, Madam Speaker, they were the ones that, despite the clear danger signs leading up to the 2002 general election, still made the decision to run with it. So this is fitting. This picture is fitting. Those early years of learning fiscal discipline, Madam Speaker, were the equivalent of the government of the day riding a child's bicycle with training wheels. We have come a long way since then, Madam Speaker. Since the start of this Prime Minister Andrew Holness-led administration, I'm pleased to say we have been riding a bicycle, but it's a big people bicycle. And we are balanced. We are balanced on the big people bicycle. with our own weight and are managing the complexities of Jamaica's budget with its many competing demands, all the while navigating the pressures of politics. I swear to you again, Madam Speaker, I do not know these people in the picture either. And why they were showing a V sign that represents, I just don't get this. Madam Speaker, we on this side, I know no run with the government. We are a responsible government. We are safeguarding the hard-won gains of the people of Jamaica so that their children and grandchildren can live a better life in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, it was only a few Fridays ago, February 21, 2025, that international credit rating agency Fitch signaled to the entire world its continued positive outlook on Jamaica and affirmed Jamaica's BB- credit ratings. Credit rating Fitch said its positive outlook reflects the fact that Jamaica has stronger governance than the peer median, meaning, Madam Speaker, Jamaica is above its peer group in governance. Madam Speaker, I know me say so, a Fitch International Rating Agency says so. Jamaica is above its peer group in governance. Fitch also highlighted that Jamaica has made significant progress with debt reduction and that Jamaica has a sound fiscal framework and, Madam Speaker, a strong political commitment to deliver large primary surpluses. Madam Speaker, a primary surplus is how much money a government has left to pay interest on debt, invest in important projects, or save for the future after paying wages and salaries and other recurrent expenses. Fitch Rating Agency noted that debt to GDP has fallen from a high of 135.3% in fiscal year 2012-2013. I wonder who was in government then. By the time, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, by the time we close, Madam Speaker, by the time we close this fiscal year, 2024-25, on March 31, 2025, we will be at 68.7%. Madam Speaker, a country's credit rating is important because it reflects the country's credit worthiness and ability to repay its debt. A country's credit rating can influence investors' perceptions of its economic stability and growth prospects. Madam Speaker, the rating agency noted that this government has built a record of fiscal prudence that has gained credibility in recent years and may be further strengthened over the next several years, including through the successful implementation of the new Fiscal Commission. Madam Speaker, the Independent Fiscal Commission came into existence this year on January 1, 2025, and it has since assessed our budget and issued its opinion. If you recall, Madam Speaker, that role of assessing our budget was performed by our Auditor General for many years. The Independent Fiscal Commission, in its first report, has said that Jamaica's fiscal position and policy is sustainable. The legislated debt to GDP target of 60% or less by fiscal year 2027-28 is expected. Overall, operations are reasonable and achievable. The fiscal commissioner did highlight.
It's their audio, my peeps, not me.
Budget process, they are not new. The heavy reliance on tax revenues in the last 2 weeks in March, the last month of the fiscal year. The Fiscal Commission also pointed to the need to have a presentation of the fiscal balance for the specified public sector, and that the revenue measures should be tabled simultaneously with all other budgetary documents, despite this never been done before by any finance minister, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we are ending fiscal year 24-25 strong. Unemployment is down, employment is up. At the end of October 2024, Staten reported that unemployment stood at its lowest on record, which was 3.5%, with male unemployment at 2.6% and the female unemployment at 4.5%. Madam Speaker, I want us to pause and think about this. This is a significant achievement that we should not let anyone diminish. No boy, no girl, no one. No one should diminish this achievement of this government. Madam Speaker, if you take a look at the chart, look back at October 2013. At the time, the overall unemployment for Jamaica was 14.9%. Compare that to the 3.5% at October 2024. Female unemployment, Madam Speaker, at October 2013 was 20%, compared with 2.6% at October 2024. Male unemployment, 11.2%, compared with 14.5%. And look at the employed labor force, 1,108,925 then versus 1,468,300. Madam Speaker, I will admit that statin did change its definition of the labor force recently. But even if you adjust the October 2013 figures to take that into consideration, there would still be a vast difference between the figures in October 2013 and the figures of October 2024. More persons working in 2024 Madam Speaker, more persons working in 2024 is a result of the good policies by Prime Minister Andrew Holness-led government. Today, Madam Speaker, in 2025, jobs abound. We can't find workers. Madam Speaker, we're indeed ending fiscal year 2024-25 strong. Debt to GDP is down, and we're on the path to getting to less than 60% debt to GDP by fiscal 27-28. And Madam Speaker, if anyone doubts the wisdom of remaining on this path towards 60% debt to GDP, then they should get off this path and see how quickly and how negatively the markets would react. For starters, the US 5.6 billion of net international reserves would vanish overnight as the financial sector loses confidence, and that would cascade to the rest of the Jamaican economy and to international markets. Madam Speaker, confidence, once lost, is very difficult to restore. So, Madam, I say again, we are ending fiscal year 2024-25 strong. The net international reserves, NIR, is strong at $5.6 billion at December 31, 2024. And there's a chart from the Bank of Jamaica's database that shows how our net international reserves have grown since 1992. You know, Madam Speaker, there are some persons who have been trying to rile up Jamaicans to be loud about getting some of the net international reserves to be spent now to take care of short-term wants. Madam Speaker, that is downright irresponsible. The net international reserves is our cushion against the vagaries of the outside world. Madam Speaker, the main purpose of a country's net international reserves is to act as a financial safety net, providing a cushion against external shocks like currency crises or sudden disruptions in capital inflows, allowing the country to meet its foreign exchange obligations and maintain stability in its domestic currency by intervening in the foreign exchange market if needed. Madam Speaker, do you remember COVID? How would we have supplies and vaccines if we did not have US dollars to buy them? Madam Speaker, riling up Jamaicans to demand that the net international reserves be spent. It's like telling Jamaicans to go party with their rent money.
Exactly.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, When the music is done at the party, what you gonna do? Madam Speaker, I say again, that's very irresponsible and dangerous. Madam Speaker, if they mean Jamaica and Jamaicans any good, they would stop encouraging Jamaica to demand. Madam Speaker, we're ending fiscal year 2024-25 strong. The overall inflation figures remain within the target 4 to 6% range. I know that for many Jamaicans, inflation at the market for yam, bananas, tomatoes, green peppers, and so on got way above the national average for inflation after the Category 5 Hurricane Beryl. I know because I go to the market. And so I know the price of food items. After Hurricane Beryl, prices really did fly. However, I am encouraged with the current direction. The last time I heard Minister Green talk, he said prices on agricultural items moderate, which was to say prices come down on the things them in the market and in the market. Madam Speaker, I included the chart on the screen in my presentation to show our young people what the experience with inflation in Jamaica was from 1963, right after independence, to 1999, a 36-year period. As you will see, Madam Speaker, inflation was well contained in the 0 to 10% band from independence to 1972. Madam Speaker, elections matter. Can you imagine life with inflation at close to 30% in 1973, 50% in 1977, 80% in 1991? We never had a worse period of inflation in our post-independence history. Madam Speaker, why am I going all the way back to 1973? Because, Madam Speaker, if we do not remember our history, we are doomed to repeat it. Everyone should take pics of these charts and send to all their friends. Remind them from whence we came and that we do not want to go back there. And certainly not with the people who were responsible for the 30% inflation in 1973, the 50% in 1977, and the 80% in 1991. Madam Speaker, we are ending fiscal year 2024-25 strong. As a country, we did better than what was projected. Crime is down, roads are being fixed, people got their reverse income tax credit, inflation is contained, persons and businesses are getting relief with the Special Arrears Settlement Program, an initiative that relieves the taxpayers of the penalties, interests, and surcharges that have accrued on an outstanding principal balance. We expanded the limit of the capitalization of companies on the junior market, reduced the income tax for companies that generate more than a specified amount of energy from renewable energy, clarified the tax rate for trusts and corporate services, and increased the allowance offered to the pensioners and persons over the ages of 55 and 65 years old. We also streamlined the Procurement Act to make it more efficient in its execution. Madam Speaker, what a government. Madam Speaker, we're entering into this new budget year after being battered by drought, a Category 5 Hurricane Beryl like no other, Tropical Storm Faval, and significantly above average rainfall, October, November, December. The PIOJ puts the devastation of Hurricane Beryl at 1.9% of GDP for 2023, or $56.7 billion. We all remember pictures of the devastation. Madam Speaker. In the left on the screen, a woman looks at a beach littered with trash at Jamaica in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl. Pictures of persons walking through the debris after their premises was damaged, and this was in Old Harbor, Jamaica. Madam Speaker, it cannot be denied that the declines we suffered in GDP during this current fiscal year were as a result of what the Director General of the PIOJ called hydrological events. Damage from Hurricane Beryl had the fourth largest negative impact of the 19 natural disaster events that have battered this Jamaican economy since 1999, a 25-year span. Yet, some would want to call down recession on Jamaica. You have to wonder, what are their motives, Madam Speaker?
Why would anyone
Look
celebrate that?
at the damage from Hurricane Beryl all across Jamaica. Madam Speaker, in the face of what we know to be increased intensity of weather-related events, we would have been in a very bad place when Beryl struck if we had not implemented our national natural disaster risk financing. With the many layers of shock absorbers for the economy. Madam Speaker, had this government not had the foresight to ensure that we had this multi-layered risk-absorbing facility in place, we would not have been able to do the emergency repairs to public infrastructure, clean up and relief effort activities, as well as social expenditure to assist the indigent and other vulnerable populations. Our schools will still be in a very bad shape. A large percentage of the students would not have been able to attend school up to now because their school building would not have been fixed yet. I should know. I was the Minister of Education at the time. Madam Speaker, here is what this government has put in place to cushion the budget during disasters and provide for Jamaicans. $130.6 billion national natural disaster risk financing shock absorber. And that policy says, in times of disaster, start with what you can reallocate, what you can defer, what you can delay or cancel. If that is not enough, go to the next layer, the contingency fund and the national disaster fund. This is $4.8 billion. Then you go to the next level, the National Natural Disaster Reserve Fund that has $1 billion. Together, these two funds total $5.8 billion. And the important thing, Madam Speaker, is that they are Jamaica's own resources. And if that is not enough, we have two contingent credit arrangements, thanks to our international partners. This month, we added yet another layer, the catastrophe deferred drawdown of $6.5 billion to to the shock absorber we already had. Layered on top of that is the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, $19.2 billion. And then if we get one of those really, really, really bad disasters, we have the catastrophe bond for $25 billion. When you add all of that up, Madam Speaker, that's a total of $130.6 billion. That is the size of our shock absorber, Madam Speaker. They, on the other side, in all the years they have been in government, spending, did not consider the future of Jamaica to provide for contingencies for disaster. Yes, I will give them credit for continuing the payment for the CRIF insurance, which was started under us during 2007 to 2012. But there was nothing else, no contingencies, other than the begging that I see practicing in the US recently. Madam Speaker, can you imagine if this government had not put in place this multi-layered national natural disaster financing policy to ensure we recover quickly from Beryl and Raphael in record time? All now we would be in darkness, without water. The roads would be impassable. Schools would not have been repaired. No cash resources would be available for farmers, businesses, and families. The commitment of this government, Madam Speaker, is to continue strengthening our multi-layered national natural disaster risk financing and to fill any gaps that we have. Of course, Madam Speaker, how much we can access will depend on the severity of the disaster. And Madam Speaker, I must give former Minister of Finance and the Public Service, Nigel Clark, his props for this. He not only had the foresight, he did the work. We are continuing that work. And so, Madam Speaker, the question that Jamaican people should be asking themselves right now, who would you rather have? A government with the foresight to put in place a $139 billion shock absorber for this economy, or one that ran with it during an election year when there was no room in the budget? Madam Speaker, it's not just the weather across the world that has caused dislocation. We're entering the new fiscal year with the most seismic of changes swirling. Geopolitical changes, heightened tensions regarding tariffs. Many Jamaicans at home, right here in Jamaica, are beginning to see relatives they have not seen in a very long time. And swirling all around us are developments in artificial intelligence, which continue to astound and concern. The Nobel Prize Committee recently recognized AI's importance when it awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics to John Hopfield and Geoffrey Hinton for fundamental discoveries and inventions that enable machine learning with artificial neural networks. And half of the Nobel Prize in Chemistry, Madam Speaker, went to Demis Hassabis and John Jumper for developing an AI model to solve a 50-year-old protein problem in protein research by accurately predicting the protein complex structures based on their amino acid sequences. Madam Speaker, I am not a scientist, and so I used AI to help me understand the significance of solving this 50-year-old problem. Scientists say that results that once took years now take seconds. Madam Speaker, there's a lot of discussion, and that discussion is growing on whether and how to regulate AI. Agreement on that score remains elusive because, again, experts say too much is changing too fast. So, Madam Speaker, why am I going so far afield talking about AI? Because, Madam Speaker, scientists say these advancements hold transformative potential for fields like medicine, biotechnology, and environmental science, that we can now predict protein structure and design our own proteins confers the greatest benefit to humankind. We are living in an awesome time, Madam Speaker. As a result, as a government, we must generate budgets that help to equip our people for an environment that experts say is changing too fast. Madam Speaker, for the central government for fiscal year ending 31st of March 2026, the total recurrent expenditures, which includes wages and salaries for the various ministries, departments, and agencies of the central government, is $1 trillion, 34,707,200,000. This is an increase, Madam Speaker, an increase of 9.6% over the current expenditure of 24-25. Capital spending of $62 billion for central government is up 1.5% from the revised estimate of $61.7 billion. We had originally anticipated to spend $80 billion when the budget for fiscal year 2024-25 was first tabled in Parliament. Madam Speaker, debt amortization, which is where a lot of the confusion was among those who took a look at the expenditure when those were published. Debt amortization was $317.3 billion in fiscal year 2024.
House Leader,
Madam
member's time
Speaker,
for
the
speaking has expired.
members' time for speaking having been expired, I beg to move that it be extended sufficiently to allow the conclusion of the presentation. Ladies and Madam Speaker.
Question is that the member's time be extended sufficiently to allow for completion of the presentation in respect of the opening of the debate. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, debt amortization, which is where a lot of the confusion was among those who took an initial look at the expenditure when they were published, was $317.3 billion in fiscal year 2024-25, but it is only going to be $162.7 billion in this upcoming fiscal year. If you simply use the numbers in the fiscal year 2025-26 estimates of expenditure, you would conclude that the recurrent expenditure dropped by almost 10%, but that would not be the correct conclusion. Expenditure, excluding the debt amortization, was up 9.6% for this upcoming budget year versus that of the budget year we are closing. Additionally, Madam Speaker, we are projecting to spend $5 billion less on interest expense. This means more is available to spend on those things Jamaicans care about, roads, water, education, security, health, technology, garbage collection, new buses, and so on. Madam Speaker, capital spending, which is monies to take care of roads, lay water pipes, build schools, police stations, courthouses, is expected to total $163.8 billion across government. When you add together the capital spending by central government, which is $62.6 billion, to the $103 billion capital spending our public bodies will deploy, that number is a staggering $163.8 billion. This is a 36.5% increase over what is being spent in this fiscal year ending March 2025. This will significantly add to GDP growth in the new fiscal year. Madam Speaker, we have 150 active public bodies. We don't give enough recognition to them. They perform regulatory, advisory, supervisory, research, administrative, technical, or quasi-judicial functions. Many of them are funded by the consolidated funds, but there are 52 that provide, through their various services, major contributions to the economy. So these public bodies are in the portfolios of various ministers on which they will report during their sectorial. But suffice it to say, Madam Speaker, together, public bodies are expected to end the new fiscal year with $1.6 trillion of gross assets. This is 6.6% greater than the gross assets in the fiscal year that is drawing to a close. They are projected to employ 14,203 persons, or 5.5% more than they did in the 2024 fiscal year. And they are projected to generate revenues of $644 billion, an 8.7% increase over that of fiscal year 2024-25. For the upcoming fiscal year, we're asking a little less in terms of transfers from them, but you will see that their capital spending will be 4.2% more than the $97.2 billion they spent in fiscal year 2024-25. So, Madam Speaker, those are the important budget figures for fiscal year 2025-26 for central government and for the public bodies. Now, Madam Speaker, I am sure what all Jamaicans want to know is how are we going to fund those budgeted expenses, and what is in the budget for the country, and more important, what is in the budget for them personally. You know, Madam Speaker, as a young girl living in Kingston, right after graduating from Ferncourt High School, every time it was budget time, I would feel the knots in my stomach because I knew that a big part of the little pay I was getting at the time would be gone into higher taxes. I recall feeling anxious around budget time because I knew the inevitable, more new taxes. At that time, Madam Speaker, when I graduated from Ferncourt High School, it was not our side that was in government. Madam Speaker, I would like you to take a look at this chart on the screen. Look at the years, 1992 to 2004. There was one government in charge. The same government occupied the parliament for all those years. Now look at the fiscal balance as a percent of GDP. Look at the budget balance as a percent of GDP. Negative, 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 negative. Today, Madam Speaker, I carry that feeling in my gut whenever I remember the struggles in those years in which I had to paddle my own canoe as a young girl in this country while helping to take care of my younger sister. Madam Speaker, I know that we all know that this is an election year, but I do know as well that Jamaicans have grown to know that as a government, we are committed to remain disciplined. We would not throw away the hard-won gains of the people of Jamaica, Madam Speaker, not even to win an election. So how will the budget for fiscal year 2025-26 be funded? So, Madam Speaker, the central government budget will be funded with 949.5 billion of tax revenues, 139.8 billion of non-tax revenues, 812 million of bauxite levy, and 5.96 billion of grants. In terms of the debt payment, we have 162.7 billion of debt that comes due in fiscal year 2025-26. We forecast loan receipts of 158.4 billion, and we expect to pay the difference from our own resources. This upcoming fiscal year, 2025-26, we are projecting a surplus, a small surplus, but it sure beats the negative, 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 negative. Negative years that have plunged Jamaica into the abyss. Take a look at the debt to GDP figures. Practically every year that the government of 1992 to 2004 ran a budget deficit, the debt to GDP went higher. They mortgaged the future of Jamaican people. At 68.7% debt to GDP at the end of this fiscal year, we have just about emerged into the light from the deep sinkhole in which the Run With It government plunged Jamaica. Madam Speaker, recently the Tax Administration Jamaica conducted a survey, and it asked Jamaicans, what do they believe are the implications when TAJ does not collect taxes? The answers may surprise many. 91% of the people say health of the economy would be negatively impacted. They say the ability for government to pay for social amenities would be reduced. They say there would be an inability to service the country's debt. 87% said an inability to invest in infrastructural development. 89% said inability to pay the salaries and wage of public sector workers. Madam Speaker, 72% said the implication when TAJ does not collect taxes is an increase in tax rates. An inability to establish an optimal budget for the country. And 78% said when TAJ does not collect taxes, it increases the tax burden on those who pay taxes. Madam Speaker, these responses are encouraging to me to know that when all is said and done, Jamaicans do understand that a government, any government, has to collect taxes to pay for social amenities, service the country's debt, invest in infrastructural development, pay the salaries and wages of public sector workers, among other things. For example, in the expenditure for this upcoming fiscal year, We have had to make an allocation for the new round of wage negotiations, plus the one-offs and back pay or retro pay due to some groups. Jamaicans get it, Madam Speaker. In the budget, Madam Speaker, compensation for government employees is in the budget at $495.8 billion, and it includes new rates of pay for medical consultants, dental surgeons, parish court judges, and probation aftercare officers, back pay for medical consultants and parish court judges, an allocation to support the employment of agricultural wardens, $1 billion to support continuation of the Jamaica National Service Corps, and a compensation contingency provision of $33 billion to meet the cost of public sector wage settlement, including a provision of $3 billion to support the filling of vacant technical positions in regional health authorities. That's in the budget, Madam Speaker. On the issue of the current round of wage negotiations, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service has thus far received 11 claims to include Jamaica Civil Service Association, JCSA, Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions, JCTU, Jamaica Teachers Association, JTA, Police Officers Association, POA, and groups within the health sector. The government has commenced discussions with the unions and associations for the new contract period. The continued engagement of all stakeholders remain key to the maintenance of harmony in the public sector. So, Madam Speaker, there has been quite a bit of public debate on the issue of whether or not we have a cap on public sector wages in relation to GDP. Madam Speaker, the history is that up to April 2023, Jamaica had a rule to cap public sector wages and salaries at no more than 9% of gross domestic product each year. The cap was implemented in 2013 while Jamaica was in an IMF program with the then government. You may recall, Madam Speaker, that the then government signed the US $615 million extended fund facility with the IMF in 2012. At the time of implementation of the wage to GDP cap of each year, our national debt stood at 147% of GDP, and inflation was 9.1%. Contrast this, Madam Speaker, to a debt to GDP of 68.7% that we expect to see when we close this fiscal year, as opposed to that 147% debt to GDP when the rule was put in place. Contrast this as well to inflation at 4.7% at the end of January 2025. Inflation then in 2012 was almost twice where it is now. Additionally, and very significant, this government formally adopted inflation targeting policy in 2017, which is being implemented by the Bank of Jamaica, of inflation being in a range of 4 to 6%. I'm giving all of this background, Madam Speaker, to remind us of the reason back then for the cap on public sector wages. Following all of that, in 2022, this administration abolished the wage to GDP cap in order to address retention issues, wage freezes, and historical underpayment in the public sector. Truth be told, Madam Speaker, The history is that the target was met only once, and the cap was criticized for stifling public sector reforms and contributing to attrition in critical services like healthcare and education. But I don't want Jamaicans to believe that there are no controls on the budget. The major controls we have on the budget is the fiscal balance rule and the debt ratio. I believe every Jamaican should know by now that the debt to GDP ratio is being targeted to be 60% or less by fiscal year 2027-28. The fiscal balance rule is also a strong guardrail for the financial affairs of this country. It is not as well known as the debt to GDP target, but it is codified in our laws as a target in fiscal year 2020-2021 and continuing for 4 years. And that is what we have. During those years, we were bound to have a fiscal balance surplus of no less than 0.3% of GDP. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to say that this was only missed during fiscal 2021, the year of COVID, and I am sure you can understand why. It has been proven that containing our spending by the fiscal balance rule and the debt to GDP and maintaining that discipline, then our fiscal affairs will remain on a sustainable path. For the public sector, the focus should now be on pay for performance, efficiency in service delivery, and productivity gains. Madam Speaker, as we approach the start of the new fiscal year, we intend to make significant progress in the implementation of the pay for performance element of the new compensation system. We have begun the conversations
So
with
we
our
can't
union
have one of
partners
them.
because we must continue to transform, to provide the framework and tools to improve productivity in the public sector. The pay for performance system is a key component in incentivizing performance in the public sector. But Madam Speaker, let me be the first to say we are ending fiscal year 2024-25 with gains in efficiency and productivity in government. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to my predecessor, Dr. Nigel Clark, for a very good run of the first leg. And handing the baton to me to continue the race. At the same time, I must express my thanks also to our union partners and public sector workers who stayed the course as we navigate some difficult terrain. Madam Speaker, this Honorable House will recall that in 2017, this Prime Minister signaled the government's intention to pursue modernization of the state in a more deliberate and transformative way. And I want to pause to acknowledge the support of our international partners in assisting us in key areas of our development agenda. It is very easy to say, Madam Speaker, that the government is inefficient and ineffective. And I'm the first to admit that whilst we have achieved a lot, much more is left to be done. But if we look dispassionately at the public sector, it must be acknowledged that significant strides have been made. Even as we modernize and transform, we must continue to deliver public services. We cannot close shop and put up a sign to say, under transformation, reopening soon. Exercises like these take time and require consultation with multiple stakeholders as we all work together to build a better public sector for all. Madam Speaker, some of the strides made include expanding the use of ICT in the public sector to drive efficiency and effectiveness, building a shared services operation as a means of transforming the way government provides service internally, transformation of human resource management practices, compensation management, and rationalization of public bodies. Under this program, Madam Speaker, GovNet became a reality under the efficiency pillar. There is now a dedicated broadband infrastructure for the public sector. To date, 700 entities in the Kingston metropolitan area are now directly connected to the system. We're talking about ministries, departments and agencies, schools, courts, and police stations. At the same time, the data center at eGov Jamaica has been upgraded and its data storage capacity has been increased by 260%. We've also provided the public sector with additional cloud infrastructure and all the automated management tools and security components that are needed for government to operate a modern data center on behalf of the rest of the public service. Additionally, by leveraging GOJ-owned communication assets, digital systems can now interface more easily, allowing for greater interoperability between digital platforms in the public sector. This means that the framework is in place to allow for e-government services, citizen-facing applications, and back-office operations to integrate more efficiently, reducing duplication, improving service delivery, and ensuring that government processes are faster, more secure, and more responsive to the needs of the public. Yes, Madam Speaker, more work is to be done, but the foundation is set for citizens to feel like they're interacting with one interconnected government instead of siloed MDAs. The Transformation Implementation Unit, lovingly called TIU, has also partnered with 4 ministries to implement systems to improve the way they deliver key services. A customer relationship management system was implemented at the Passport, Immigration and Citizenship Agency of the Ministry of National Security. This has been having a positive impact on customer service in terms of what it does. IRIFINS, a web-based fisheries licensing and registration system for fisheries and fisher farm, was implemented at the National Fisheries Authority. And I'm sure Minister Green will speak more on this in his sectorial. These are examples of the work of the TIU, IRIFIN, at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. The Transformation Implementation Unit has supported the ministry to develop an effective and user-friendly web-based work permit system to improve the processing of work permit and CARICOM skills certificate. And I am sure Minister Charles will speak more fulsomely to this. Madam Speaker, the Transformation Implementation Unit is particularly proud of the partnership with the Child Protection and Family Services Agency to modernize its ICT infrastructure. The CPFSA can now boast a unified network built on modern, secure, and robust technology. Still on the ICT front, MyHR, an integrated HR and payroll management system, is the first enterprise system successfully deployed in the public sector. It is now being used by approximately 70 ministries, departments, and agencies, which is putting the government on a path to better managing its most critical resource, which is people. Madam Speaker, employees can now access their records anytime to ascertain information such as leave balances, status of requests for approval, and their payslip. They no longer need to go to HR to access this information. And Madam Speaker, we have been able to address some of the residual issues of the new compensation system because we have more automation in place. And I'm pleased to report to this honorable House that we have agreed 2 key policies with the union. One for work done outside of normal working hours, and the other for the provision of uniform allowances. In the upcoming fiscal year, we will implement a new phase of the public sector transformation program to build on the gains made in phase 1. Phase 2 will focus more on digital transformation, continuing to ensure the requirements for increased productivity in the public sector are in place. We eagerly look forward to the commencement of this program. Madam Speaker, transformation a few thing and we're making strides. Madam Speaker, support to self-financing public bodies of $27.8 billion is in the budget, of which $11 billion are allocated to JUTC, Bombay Metro, $10 billion to the National Water Commission, $900 million to the Transport Authority, and $210 million to the Jamaica Commodity Regulatory Authority, JACRA. That's in the budget, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me pause to say that the $10 billion allocation to the National Water Commission was the easiest yes for me. I remember as a child in Ty-Dixon that we either had to have a tank in our yard or a drum to catch rainwater in order to have water for cooking, bathing, washing our clothes, and all the other things we do with water. Madam Speaker, even though we had a tank in our yard, the tank leaked, and so unless rain fell heavily, the tank was generally dry. Madam Speaker, I remember many school mornings in order to tidy up to go to primary school, that as children, me, my younger brother and sister, and other children in Ty-Dixon had to go to the one government public tank to catch water in a pan, put the pan of water, yes. So, Madam Speaker, yes, in order to tidy up to go to primary school, that as children, we had to go to the one and only government public tank to catch water in a pan, put the pan of water on our heads with a cutter under it, to keep it steady in order for us to have water to use before we go to school. And Madam Speaker, we could not be late for school either. I know that this may still be happening in some rural communities. And so when I say it was the easiest yes in terms of the $10 billion to NWC, it is because I lived the experience of an ordinary Jamaican. an ordinary Jamaican
over
in
to
rural Jamaica, in Ty Dixon, and I know the hidden hopes and dreams of ordinary Jamaicans. They want running water in their bathrooms, in their kitchens, and available for them when they need it. Madam Speaker, this government will continue to work to make that happen for every Jamaican household. So, Madam Speaker, recently I gave my strongest endorsement to the PPP, Public-Private Partnership, that Prime Minister and Minister Samuda signed with the various partners to build the Rio Cobra water treatment plant at a cost of US $77 million or 12 billion Jamaican to bring an additional 15 million gallons of water to benefit Jamaicans. The deal was criticized for having an interest rate that to those who do not have the responsibility of contemplating and planning the future of Jamaica, that interest rate seems high. When I heard those comments, I WhatsApped Minister Samuda and I said, I will defend this project anytime, because the issue in 3 or 4 years' time, when water is needed, as the population in Kingston and St. Andrew and in our 15th parish, Portmore, grows. At that time, in three or 4 years' time, the issue will be water versus no water, not high versus low interest rates. Madam Speaker, I know the hidden hopes and dreams of ordinary Jamaicans for a better life. Our commitment is to continue creating the pathway for that better life. So, Madam Speaker, approximately 2.1 billion, of which 1.1 billion is allocated to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security to provide individual grants of $20,000. That is in the budget. Prime Minister will speak to this in his budget presentation. He announced this at that special conference, remember back in November of 2024 at the National Arena. That is in the budget, Madam Speaker. There's $1 billion to the Ministry of Science, Energy, Technology, and Transportation to support a program dealing with the alleviation of energy poverty. That is in the budget, and I will speak more to that shortly. Restoration and maintenance of major corridors and gullies program at $4.6 billion is in the budget. Our Prime Minister will speak to the specifics of this. And there is $1.96 billion to support the holding of general elections within That is in the budget, Madam Speaker. The payment of principal amounts of 1.5 billion on NHT arrears of approximately 2.5 billion, which includes penalty of 1.3. These arrears were incurred by the ministry responsible for education. That is in the budget. Subvention of 1.7 billion to the University Hospital of the West Indies to address new salary rates and arrears for medical consultants as well as filling of technical staff position. That is in the budget. UTech, obviously, Madam Speaker, I can't list every single thing that is in the budget, but to say to UTech, you are in the budget.
Set the record
Yes.
straight. Real record.
Madam Speaker,
I know you are in the
I know
budget.
that DBJ is a public body in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation.
You are in
that
the budget.
channels financing to MSMEs as well as to large projects in order to drive economic growth and development. It will continue to pursue innovative means of mobilizing funding and leveraging private sector investment and expertise through its venture capital program, as well as public-private partnerships and privatization transaction. Madam Speaker, $2 billion is in the budget for DBJ to allow them to continue to facilitate sustainable growth of startups and MSMEs. And to continue support women-led initiatives, entrepreneurship training, including digital skills bootcamp. $2 billion is in the budget for DBJ, Madam Speaker, for MSMEs. We have to commend our MSMEs. The latest figure from the Small Business Association of Jamaica is that there were an estimated 422,000 registered small businesses in Jamaica, generating, and get this figure, 80% of the jobs in the Jamaican economy. This means 1,136,240 persons in our workforce are employed by a micro, small, or medium enterprise. The picture on the screen, Mr. Headley and his egg farm is one such DBJ, one such person who DBJ assisted to expand his farm. Madam Speaker, the top concerns for small businesses that I hear repeated over and over again, and Minister Hill will tell you as well, is access to financing. And not just plain vanilla access. They want equitable access to financing. They are also feeling the burden of high interest rates and have said to me that opening a bank account for their business is difficult. They feel there's no difference between the requirements for them as MSMEs as opposed to a very large institution. And so my commitment to them is to get together with the Minister Hill, to let us sit down with the banks and see how we can agree to reduce the burden of opening a bank account for MSMEs. Madam Speaker, recently, as a government, we listened to the new car dealership industry. They said that 100% bond on the duties they pay ties up too much of their capital. Madam Speaker, Jamaica imported some 50,786 motor vehicles worth $81 billion in 2022. And if you look at the duties are between 67 to about 88% of the value. And if you assume the lowest duty, you can see that the capital tied up against the duties is significant. We listened to the industry, and now, instead of 100% bond against the duty, we have reduced that to 20%. Yeah. Very nice. This frees up capital to invest in other businesses or to expand existing businesses, hire more people, and contribute to economic growth. That was not a call on the budget. That was not a tax incentive. That represents this government listening and understanding the hurdles in the way of businesses and taking steps to reduce or eliminate those hurdles. Madam Speaker, on capital spending, the $62.6 billion proposed for capital expenditure in 25-26 will be spent by central government, and it includes a contingency provision for new public projects of $2.1 billion. Major infrastructure projects under implementation by the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation accounts for $30.6 billion, or 49% of the capital spending across central government. And I am sure the Prime Minister can't wait to speak to his plans for roads and more roads and parks and more parks. That is in the budget. Other ministries are in receipt of significant capital expenditure allocation as well. Ministry of Health and Wellness, 10.2 billion is in the budget, including 5 billion for Cornwall Regional Hospital, 4.1 billion for the IDB supported prevention and care management of non-communicable disease. That is in the budget. There's 4.6 billion in the budget for the Office of the Prime Minister, including 3 billion for NIDS. That is in the budget. And MSET, 4.5 billion is in the budget for MSET, including 3.2 billion for the procurement of new buses for JUTC. That is in the budget, and I'm sure Minister Vaz will speak to that. And there is much more in the budget for Ministry of Education, 4.2 billion, including 1.7 billion to the primary and secondary schools infrastructure project. That is in the budget. At the Ministry of Agriculture, $3.7 billion. And I am sure Minister Green can't wait to tell you about what he's doing for Essex Valley and Southern Plains. $3.7 billion is in the budget for agriculture under the capital program. And MNS, Ministry of National Security, you will 1.7 billion to continue construction of police divisional headquarters in Westmoreland and St. Catherine North. That is in the budget. I am sure, Madam Speaker, that you will agree with me after hearing those robust budget numbers for the various ministries, that for an economy that has been so battered by a drought, by a Category 5 Hurricane Beryl, by Tropical Storm Raphael, and rains, especially during the months of November and December, that were well above the 30-year average, that the word for this Jamaican economy and for the people of Jamaica, that word is resilient. Madam Speaker, we must continue to put in place everything that will bolster our resilience as a country and as a household. During the new fiscal year, we will bring to Parliament legislation for micro-insurance. Madam Speaker, not every Jamaican can afford the premiums for traditional insurance sold here in Jamaica. And so we have to meet people where they are. Madam Speaker, micro-insurance legislation has been talked about, but I give my commitment that micro-insurance legislation will be passed in this new fiscal year. Madam Speaker, I believe that this will significantly improve financial inclusion once it comes into effect, and that our commitment when it comes into effect is to assess how we can help every path family access micro-insurance to build financial resilience so that these vulnerable families can manage the financial impact of unexpected events such as illness, a death, loss of income, or natural disaster. Madam Speaker, one player in the insurance industry who is looking forward to seeing the legislation come into being estimates that it is possible to offer a micro insurance policy with a premium of $250 per month, not 2,500, but 250 Jamaican dollars per month for a $500,000 benefit. That is worth it, Madam Speaker, to assist the most vulnerable to build resilience. Of note, the FSC has indicated that it would welcome the completion of the microinsurance legislation as it has been a work in progress. FSC said that it would increase insurance penetration in Jamaica through the expansion of access to insurance. This is how we help families build resilience, by creating affordable insurance products to assist them in times of need. Madam Speaker, there are many other pieces of legislation that we must pass in this Parliament in this upcoming fiscal year. The income tax, large-scale projects and pioneer industry will be repealed and replaced as a means of updating the legislation to ensure that it is fit for purpose. The work is significantly advanced for this. If you look at the history of this, it was enacted in December of 2023, but it has not been able to take effect just yet because there had to be some significant rework. By Cabinet Decision number 38/19 dated December 2, 2019, the Cabinet granted approval for the issuance of drafting instructions to the Chief Parliamentary Council to amend this act. We have been working on it, Madam Speaker. Given the vast economic benefits that the act is intended to achieve for Jamaica, it is imperative that the act finally be operational so that the country can reap the rewards from the framework that it established to support large investments and economic development. There is one investment that is waiting for this act to be passed, and that is the Harmony Cove Limited Development Project. This investment in Jamaica will be $1 billion. We will bring this legislation to Parliament before the end of this fiscal year. This investment is too huge to wait another day. Madam Speaker, phase 2 of the private pension reform process, referred to as the adequacy phase, seeks to address issues such as the locking in of members' compulsory contributions, vesting of members in relation to benefits derived from the employer's contributions, portability of pension benefits, and allowance for dependent disability pension. This phase 2, Madam Speaker, has been talked about and dreamt about for a very, very long time. I can recall during my private sector days more than 15 years ago that I was part of several pension working groups. Pension phase 2 is important, and so I will prioritize this legislation in this upcoming fiscal year. Madam Speaker, in order to continue the innovation in our financial sector, we will quickly pass the Virtual Asset Service Provider Bill legislation, a critical piece of legislation which is not just a regulatory necessity, but an economic imperative for the future of Jamaica. The bill represents a pivotal step in modernizing our financial sector, ensuring our compliance with international financial regulations, and positioning Jamaica as a leader in fintech innovation within the Caribbean. Madam Speaker, Jamaica must pass this virtual asset service provider bill to ensure compliance with the Financial Action Task Force, FATF recommendations 15 and 16. Our financial system must meet global standards on anti-money laundering, AML, counter-terrorism financing, CFT, and the prevention of proliferation financing, PF. This legislation establishes a robust legal and regulatory framework for virtual asset service providers, ensuring that those businesses operate within strict licensing, supervision, and enforcement guidelines. Madam Speaker, beginning with this budget speech, and I will announce shortly, will be the start of our initiatives to encourage local taxpayers to bring home to Jamaica their business income and business activities, including associated businesses and employment, as well as investment holdings that have been established in or transferred to other tax jurisdictions. A cabinet submission detailing this will be in front of cabinet shortly for its consideration. And Madam Speaker, I have to be true to the financial sector. In all our contemplation, Madam Speaker, we have to engage with the financial sector around the vexed issue of the asset tax, which they were told by the other side would be temporary. Some ideas have come to me from the financial sector on how we could begin to scale this back. I gave a commitment to review them and work with the sector on this issue. And there are many other ideas that came to me from the financial sector with regards to new products, efficiencies, and so on. And I will begin that engagement with the financial sector. Yeah. Madam Speaker, the Student Loan Bureau has gone through many changes, making itself more efficient and more service-oriented. It is working to move itself to another level, a higher level, with a new and improved customer platform, which should have been launched in 2022, but is now targeted for the first quarter of the new fiscal year 2025-26. This platform will allow students to view their loans, print statements, and pay their loans online, among other functions. The SPL reported to me that the biggest challenge that students have been complaining about is accessing the information about their loans. However, as the student loan says that once their platform is launched, students will see significant improvement in efficiencies. Madam Speaker, during the 23-24 fiscal year, the decision was taken by this government to no longer require path beneficiaries to have a guarantor, and path beneficiaries would have 100% waiver for application fees. Since then, there has been an 85% increase in the number of path beneficiaries in 2024-25 versus the figure in 2023. Madam Speaker, I want to put on record this government's commitment to improving the offerings from the Student Loan Bureau by the beginning of the school year in September 2026. A Capri study has given us excellent suggestions on how to modernize the student loan offerings. We are committed to doing the overhaul of the student loan system and will engage Capri as we start that process this upcoming fiscal year. But so, Madam Speaker, to let Jamaicans know our headspace and where we're heading, we are committed to an increase in the loan amounts that students will be able to access, and for the disbursement to include not just tuition, but also housing, books and supplies, the cost of a laptop, and a stipend for meals. We are also committed to a meaningful reduction in interest rates on the various loans, and we are committed to longer loan payment periods. As you can see, Madam Speaker, these would be significant changes to how the Student Loan Bureau operates currently. And so we have to work with the Student Loan Bureau to be able to launch these initiatives for the new school year starting September 2026. It's going to take time to implement these changes. The student loan is building bridges and transforming dreams. But while we wait for those changes, this government, through the Student Loan Bureau, will be offering to new students a longer repayment period of 10 years instead of the current 7 and 5 years. And the rates will remain the same, meaning the rates will not increase because the payment period has increased. We are starting with that one step, Madam Speaker, and will work rapidly to ensure the systems are in place to roll out the new loan offerings to make the lives of our tertiary students better and allow them to focus on attaining their educational goals to benefit themselves, their families, and Jamaica as a whole. The student loan is building bridges and transforming dreams. Madam Speaker, you may recall that earlier I highlighted the $2 billion that is in the upcoming budget for the DBJ for on-lending for many small businesses. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, we're also raising the GCT exemption for small businesses from $10 million to $15 million. So in addition to all the items I listed that are in the budget, which was good news number one, and the work that the Student Loan Bureau will be doing to improve the offerings, which was good news number two, raising the exemption from 10 million to 15 million for MSMEs is good news number three. Madam Speaker, as we accelerate the pace of economic growth in Jamaica, accelerated capital allowance is one strategy that this government will use to move growth to a higher level. In general, as businesses know, because they currently get capital allowance on specific capital expenditure, like industrial buildings, plant and machinery, and information technology equipment, it is a tax relief to the companies because they would be allowed to deduct some portion of the cost from their taxable profit over time. This deduction, the capital allowance deduction, reduces the company's overall tax liability and provides a fiscal incentive for business growth and business investment. Madam Speaker, as a government, we would like to see greater investments among our companies. And so we are making a special provision for accelerated capital allowance on industrial and non-industrial commercial buildings, plant and machinery, which includes automatic data processing equipment. This will be over a 2-year period. We will publish that schedule. It is kind of too detailed to read out right now, but suffice it to say, it gives significant accelerated capital allowance over a 2-year period. And so we are encouraging companies to take the opportunity to upgrade their machinery, their ITC infrastructure, their industrial buildings, to help expand their output so that we can move the GDP growth rate to higher levels. So as an example, Madam Speaker, for plant and machinery, currently the initial capital allowance is 25% over the initial year is 25%. The period for the capital allowance for machinery is 8 years under the current regime. So the annual capital allowance will be 12.5%. We are moving that to 40% in year one. Yes. So the details, Madam Speaker, will be published for the companies. And that is good news number 4. Madam Speaker, this government believes in the stock market to create prosperity for the people of Jamaica.
Like someone wanted to lock it down.
Well, if you recall, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Edward Seaga inaugurated the Jamaica Stock Exchange in 1969 as the Minister of Finance and Planning. The Jamaica Stock Exchange was one of the many financial institutions that the former Prime Minister and Minister of Finance created to help the Jamaica's capital market. Madam Speaker, history recalls that he took part in the first transactions by purchasing shares through 2 brokers. History also recalls that he wrote up the transaction on the board. If you look on the screen, you'll see the picture where the exchange dealings were recorded. In those days, we did not have the kind of technology we have today. Mr. Seaga's goal for the stock exchange were to help companies in Jamaica by opening up the capital market to allow Jamaican investors to participate in these companies, to enable private companies to go public. On February 1, 2008, this government clearly continued its strong support for the stock market as a whole. But more important, for the establishment of a junior stock exchange. I go further, Madam Speaker. It was this government, under the leadership of the Honorable Bruce Golding, that facilitated the launch of the junior market on April 1, 2009. Sadly, Madam Speaker, despite the clear success and the positive impact of the junior market, we witnessed the shockwave when the then Finance Minister announced in this Parliament on October 12, 2013, that his government would phase out the Jamaica Stock Exchange junior market benefit in 8 years. In opposition, in 2013, the shadow spokesman on finance, MP Audley Shaw, clearly he clearly stated the intention on October 2, 2013, not to shut down the JSE's junior market. In April 2016, as soon as the then Minister of Finance and the Public Service, Minister Audley Shaw, at the time, as soon as he took his seat at the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, he restored the incentives in the format it was. Today, Madam Speaker, the junior market companies have paid over $1 billion of statutory deductions, 1.6 billion of GCT, and 1.6 billion of PAYE. And Madam Speaker, as soon as the chart comes up on the screen, you would see that those junior market companies have raised in the equity market 20.2 billion. Madam Speaker, I cringe to think that many of those companies would be non-existent if we on this side did not fight for the junior market to remain in place. On January 14, 2025, I brought the legislation to Parliament to expand the junior market benefits that former Minister Clark had announced during his budget speech in March 2024. The amendment to the Income Tax Act increased the cap on voting share equity from 500 million to 750 million. Today, Madam Speaker, March 11, 2025, this government remains faithful to the stock market development and is pleased to announce its acceptance of the Jamaica Stock Exchange's proposal to establish a JSE micro market. I will move with haste to name the technical working committee that will include the Companies Office of Jamaica, the Legal Fraternity, the Security Dealers Association, a member of the PSOJ, and of course, representatives from the JSC and Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. We fully expect that a fully functioning micro market will put structure to more businesses in Jamaica for sustainability and growth and access to equity capital. We will begin these meetings of the Technical Working Committee as soon as we start the new fiscal year. Madam Speaker, Dr. Marlene Street Forrest, Managing Director of the Stock Exchange. She's in the gallery, and she has indicated that the JSE has identified over 250 micro and small businesses in Jamaica that are in need of equity funding and are reasonably organized, but unable to go public because they're not yet at the level to meet the requirements of the main or the junior market. And many do not require the threshold of $50 million in participating equity capital, meaning the JSE micromarket would be established, Madam Speaker, to meet the needs of MSMEs in the 10 million to less than 50 million in participating equity capital. Madam Speaker, It will be a joy to see the first of these 250 micro and small businesses listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange micro market not too long from now. And Madam Speaker, just in case anyone tries to say that they were the first with this idea of the micro market, let me remind them that I spoke at the 2025 JSE conference in Jamaica ahead of the opposition and publicly stated this government's intention to work with the JSE to establish the micro market. I'm moving now to formalize that process. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, this government has utilized the stock market to monetize government assets. We have IPO'd Wigton Wind Farm, now Wigton Energy, when I was Minister of Science, Energy and Technology. Now we are in the local stock market again with another offering, which is the government's 20% share of Trans-Jamaica Highway. The offer opened on March 4th and will close on March 18th. Madam Speaker, I don't have a license to sell securities, and so this is not a sales pitch. This is to demonstrate to Jamaicans that we walk the walk and talk the talk when we say we believe in the stock market in Jamaica. Trans-Jamaica Highway is the concessionaire of Highway 2000 East-West, Jamaica's first toll road. Its core business activity is the development, operation, and maintenance of the toll network in Jamaica. Trans-Jamaica serves an expansive customer base with an average of 70,000 vehicles daily and peaks of approximately 100,000 during the Christmas period. Madam Speaker,
stop confused. They already
Madam
confused,
Speaker,
sir.
Madam Speaker,
This is such a confused, and you're still a confused with the nice.
Madam Speaker, the government is seeking to raise up to $6.3 billion through the offer of 1,750,700,000 ordinary shares at Jamaican $3.60. Right? And NROC has reserved the right to upsize the offer by an additional 750 million ordinary shares in the event of oversubscription. All we know is you have to get there before Tuesday, March 18, 2025, in order to get some of these shares. Madam Speaker, this government will continue to incubate and bring to the market sound investments for the people of Jamaica to create their prosperity. And that, Madam Speaker, is good news number, good news number 5, right? And Madam Speaker, the financial sector has given me many more ideas, but those ideas will require a sit down with them to understand everything that needs to be understood about those ideas. On the issue of dividends, Madam Speaker, in Jamaica, we've had a difference in the tax rate on dividends for resident companies and individuals, so which is 15%, and for non-resident companies and non-resident individuals, it is 33 and a third and 25% respectively. We are pleased, Madam Speaker, to announce that there will be one rate for resident and non-resident companies and individuals of 15%. I want to say to Jamaicans, when you hear non-resident companies and non-resident individuals, don't immediately think foreign companies or foreign individuals. They may also be companies registered abroad that are owned by Jamaicans. There are also Jamaican individuals who live abroad in countries that have lower dividend rates, that receive dividends from Jamaican companies. This benefit is one way to say to those Jamaicans who have companies abroad in jurisdictions with lower dividend tax rate than what currently prevails. We are saying to them, we are lowering the rate for you. Bring your capital back to Jamaica. And that is good news number 6. Good news number 6. So, Madam Speaker, again, to remind persons of the good news so far. Good news number 1 is what was in the budget for all our ministries. Good news number 2 is the immediate benefit to our tertiary students in terms of a longer payment period. Good news number 3, the $2 billion to TBJ for lending to MSMEs. Good news number 4, increasing the GCT threshold for MSMEs from 10 to 15 million. Good news number 5, accelerated capital allowance for any sized business. Good news number 6 is the launch of the JSC's micromarket. Good news number 7, a dividend-paying investment opportunity, Trans-Jamaica Highway. Good news number 8, reduced tax rate on dividends received by non-resident companies from 33.33% to the same as the local rate, which is 15%. Good news number 9, reduced tax rate on dividends received by non-resident individuals from 25% to the same as the local rate, which is 15%. And good news number 10, Madam Speaker, there is more good news. Madam Speaker, everyone knows Minister Vaz is in charge of the electricity players in the industry, and he answers to Jamaicans for anything that goes wrong in the sector. He not only answers to Jamaicans, he advocates for Jamaicans. Remember the aftermath of Beryl? We were tired of hearing and seeing Minister Vaz calling on JPS to restore electricity. This should tell you, Madam Speaker, that Minister Vaz and this entire Prime Minister Holness-led administration wants an efficient electricity industry, one that is able to deliver the lowest electricity costs possible to the Jamaican people and the business. Madam Speaker, together with the Ministry of Science, Energy, Technology and Transportation, and following on the announcement the Prime Minister made at the National Arena, and we all remember what event that was, that this government will restructure GCT on electricity to make electricity more affordable and give those who want legal access to electricity the opportunity to do so. Today, Madam Speaker, we are pleased to announce that the commitment to reduce the GCT rate on electricity to 7% and eliminate the 150 kilowatt threshold for postpaid residential consumers is on track for implementation by the JPS starting on May 1, 2025. Additionally, Madam Speaker, for those postpaid residential customers who consume 250 kilowatt hours or less, they will see a rebate of 7% and a 3% subsidy for a total of 10%. This is a caring government, Madam and a government of solutions. And I'm not done yet with Minister On January 28, 2025, in this very parliament, Minister Vaz revealed to the country that in 2023, the electricity stolen amounts to a staggering 40.385 billion Jamaican dollars. That works out to be 13,500 for every man, woman, and child in Jamaica. Interesting to note, Madam Speaker, that on the very next day, the Member of Parliament from East Kingston and Port Royal repeated the same figures. So there is consensus that the bill for electricity taken from the grid without paying for it is staggering. I will go further. I believe that on both sides of the aisle, we both want a solution because all of us who pay for electricity have this added burden on our monthly bills. We have all agreed over the years that this situation of electricity theft cannot be allowed to continue. The people of Jamaica need a solution. And more important, those who cannot afford postpaid electricity also need a solution. So, Madam Speaker, together with the Minister of Energy, MP from West Portland, and following the commitment of the Most Honorable Prime Minister at a certain conference on November 24, 2024, we are pleased to announce the most ambitious program to allow affordable access to prepaid electricity. We announce the good news number 12. This government has allocated $1 billion to assist the first 20,000 first-time JPS prepaid customers $1 billion, Madam Speaker, to assist the first 20,000 first-time JPS prepaid customers who sign up for prepaid electricity. The $1 billion will go towards paying for house wiring and inspection in order to get those with a legal connection to get legally and safely connected to the JPS grid. We know that the cost of house wiring and inspection can be prohibitive for many. And so as a caring government, we are absorbing that cost in order to begin to cauterize this massive electricity theft problem. Prepaid electricity will put legal electricity within the reach of many, because prepaid electricity allows you to buy the amount of electricity that you can afford. When you can afford it, you have complete control. You will be able to buy the card or the vouchers from hundreds of outlets across Jamaica, just like how you buy phone card now. You may also be able to top up online as well. The technology will make it easy to incentivize the uptake of prepaid electricity service. we have another good news. The first 20,000 new prepaid customers will get $4,000 credit. So they will get $4,000 credit for electricity per month for 6 months. To incentivize the uptake of prepaid electricity service, the first 20,000 new prepaid customers will get $4,000 credit for electricity per month for 6 months. And this will be under the GLG. Madam Speaker.
Minister, I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Minister. Minister, you may have another sip of water.
Madam Speaker.
You may have another sip of water, Minister.
All water you have to beg you to drink.
Speaker. $2,000 of that 4,000 credit will come from the JPS. And $2,000 will come from government. The JPS and JCIF will identify the vulnerable communities and provide the sign-up procedures. To give a sense of the value of the $4,000 credit, it is worth 50% of the average monthly bill of a typical prepaid customer currently on the JPS system. The data from JPS is showing that the average monthly bill for prepaid customers is $8,000, and that there are currently 17,000 customers who are using the prepaid electricity meter. And so I say to Jamaicans, this is an offer you cannot refuse. No cost to you for the house wiring. And that's good news number 12. Sure? 12. No cost to you for the house wiring. Good news number 12. No cost to you for the inspection. Good news number 13. $4,000 credit towards your bill each month for 6 months. Good news number 14. No police running in on you to pull down the throw up. Good news number 15. Buy electricity when you need it and in the amount you can afford. $1,000, $500, $100, depending on how your money runs. Yes, good news number 16. What a deal. What a government. Madam Speaker, let me hasten to add that prepaid electricity is not just for vulnerable communities or persons not legally connected now. Any individual customer can buy the prepaid service, and the GCT on prepaid is also 7%. Good news number 17. We are a caring government. We are a government of solutions. We are a government of action. Madam Speaker, recently a concerned taxi operator
Minister,
Mr. Dallas.
just give the House a moment. Because of your gracious height, we realize that we need to add another instrument a little taller.
After how much hours I just realized?
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, recently a concerned taxi operator, Mr. Dallas, and I believe he's in the gallery, told the Prime Minister that it was a hassle to get in and out of the tax office quickly. I encourage Mr. Dallas to try our online system to pay for motor vehicle fitness and then go to the motor vehicle depot. He could pay for motor vehicle registration and then go to a special window. He can pay for property taxes online as well. And I was pleased to note as well, Madam Speaker, that the Commissioner of Taxes reported that 80% of revenues are collected online. You can pay your traffic ticket online as well. But, Madam Speaker, while we strongly encourage the use of our online access, we recognize that it takes time to transition some people to the online world. And so I asked the Commissioner of Taxes to have a tax office opened in every parish on a Saturday to ease the congestion during the week and make it easier. We will announce those dates as those offices are opened on a Saturday in every parish across Jamaica, and in time, the parish of Portmore will get one. We should make it as easy as possible for Jamaicans to pay their taxes. It doesn't make sense to me that Jamaicans will wake up early on a weekday morning, wait for a bus or taxi, journey many miles from their homes to get to a tax office, and they get there and have to wait in line. We should be rolling out the red carpet for taxpayers who told us in a survey that I showed you earlier that they understand the implication if TAJ does not collect taxes. Madam Speaker, we are a government that listens. We are a government that cares. And having a tax office open in every parish on a Saturday is good news. And there's been so many good news, I've lost track, but it looks like this is good news number 18, 18 by my count. Madam Speaker, another area that is a real pain point for many Jamaicans are the ATMs and their lack of availability at the very time you need them. I know many of us already pay for many transactions with our debit and credit cards, and that there continues to be an effort by the Bank of Jamaica to get adoption of Jamdex or digital currency. In the meantime, while all the efforts are ongoing that would allow phone-to-phone transfer of digital cash, this government will be partnering with the providers of ATMs to install additional ATMs in areas that are secure and convenient to you, especially in our rural areas. Madam Speaker, this government is listening. We hear you and we come with solutions. Bringing an ATM near you is good news, number 19. Madam Speaker, the Chase Fund, since its inception in 2003, has awarded 4,909 scholarships valued at $829 million to more than 2,000 early childhood education practitioners and leaders pursuing undergrad and graduate degree programs in early childhood education, special education, literacy and numeracy, curriculum development, educational leadership, and educational administration at tertiary institutions. We have listened to our practitioners who have shared the many challenges they face in securing guarantors that affect their take-up of these scholarships and grants. This should not be the case for individuals who serve our country's youngest, who carry the responsibility of their holistic development. So moving forward, together with the Prime Minister, we have decided to move the need for guarantors for recipients of government scholarships and grants up to $2 million cumulatively. And that's good news number 20. And finally, Madam Speaker, we come to the good news number 21, the PAYE threshold. We're going there, Madam Speaker. We're going there. Madam Speaker, on seeking to be government in 2016, we told Jamaicans that we would increase the PAYE threshold from where it was to $1.5 million. I do not believe that there was anyone who believed that that could be done other than us. Many persons thought it was a campaign trick to win. But we know we are a can-do government, a government of ideas, and a government of solutions. The Honorable Audley Shaw, Minister of Finance and the Public Service, came to Parliament in 2016. To make the announcement to increase the threshold to 1.5 million over 2 years in the famous phase it in. Madam Speaker, on May 16, 2016, a company that often does analysis of government's revenues wrote that the increase in the tax-free threshold of 1.5 million per annum will have particularly positive implication for PAYE workers on low incomes. The proposed policy, speaking of the increase in the threshold, has broader implications, however, said the company that was doing the analysis, as the threshold increases will also significantly reduce the number of individuals who will contribute to the income tax. Perhaps, the analysis said, less than 110 persons in total, at 110,000 in total. At that time, in 2016, the writer of the report said that 90% of Jamaica's employed labor force will not contribute even $1 to income tax to the consolidated fund. In contrast, the writer said the remaining 10% will be required to carry the entire income tax burden, with yet a further burden being placed on perhaps as few as 12,000 persons due to increasing the rate to 30% on incomes above $6 million, end of quote. Madam Speaker, in 2023, when I looked at the PAYE data, we had 652,220 persons earning up to $6 million and paying PAYE. Madam Speaker, it's a funny thing. When you reduce taxes, you get more people employed. The results are more revenues to government to build roads, provide water, infrastructure, invest in the security force, in education, in health, broadband infrastructure, and the training of our people. That equation has eluded some who want to run this country. They are talking about raising taxes. Recently, I saw a headline. JLP's query rejects Crawford's call for GCT increase as unwise and unconscionable. Senator Fitzhenley calls Crawford's tax to boost education a non-starter. Another one, Madam Speaker, seeking power. Another one seeking power wants to increase tax on imported food items. No matter how much they run and try to distance themselves from raising taxes by making it seem as if they didn't say so, or pretending it was a little joke, reducing taxes, Madam Speaker, reducing taxes is not in their history. It is not in their DNA. Deficit spending and run with it is in their history. And so, Madam Speaker, the good news, this government will increase the threshold to $2 million. However, colleagues, remember, we are a responsible government, and so we'll increase the threshold in 3 tranches to 1.8, then 1.9, then 2 million over a 3-year period, starting April 1, 2025. Doing it this way means our hardworking taxpayers don't have to guess and spell next year or the next year or the next year if the threshold is going to increase. We are a caring government. We are a responsible government. Madam Speaker, we could have run a deficit. For the first time in 10 years, based on our fiscal rules, we are allowed to run a deficit equivalent to no more than 0.3% of GDP. And that would still keep us on the path to 60% debt to GDP by fiscal 27-28. Madam Speaker, Prime Minister and I discussed this, and he said deficit spending would be a very bad signal to send to the world in an election year. So, Madam Speaker, there is no greater testimony to the high regards that this government has for the fiscal affairs of this country, and by extension, the people of Jamaica, than for Jamaicans to know that this government has steered a budget deficit in the face that we legitimately could run in an election year, and said no thank you. We want to preserve the hard-won gains of the people of Jamaica and their children and grandchildren, so they will not have to suck salt through wooden spoons again. We on this side, Madam Speaker, are not like them. The run-with-it party. The run-with-it party. The party of more taxes. Madam Speaker, as I close my presentation for fiscal year 2025-26, we come to the people of Jamaica with a balanced budget and no
Good evening, good evening. Thank you all for being here. God rest the dead, one might say. If it is that the minister was performing at a stage show this evening, I could see bottles hurling left, right, and center all around the minister for the bad lyric the minister was playing. Jesus Christ, Faval. You can't read it. You're a bad reader, you're not Faval. I mean, it better than write the budget next time during a grade one reading book if you have to go read another. Because if it's written on an academic paper, if it's written in an academic sense, Faval, you're a terrible reader, minister. I mean, of all the Ivy League and Jive League and all these leagues and leeches, minister, the minister is a terrible reader. Dunce-less sounding minister. But the goodies the prime minister was laying out, I don't know what she's talking about. And I don't hear anything meaningful for poor people. I mean, $20,000 this and $4,000 for sick. What was that, minister? What goodies do you think that is? I mean, in the sectorial debate, they're going to lay out nitty-gritties and so on. But Jesus Christ, Faval, I mean, you need to, the reading Faval, I mean, you were as dull as usual, let's face it. You were as dull as usual, minister. That's no surprise there. The basic school, though, minister, the presentation, oh, God, Faval, so bad. Even if you give us something we never hear it because you sound confused and your budget is much shorter than Nigel's budget. As I've suggested this morning, that they should give it to you on a bullet point. It looked like you really come with a bullet point budget. TAJ, you're in the budget. Debbie Jervis, you're in the budget. Sunshine, you're in the budget. You're in the budget. You're in the budget. What was a load of waddle? Struggle, minister. No man, Faval dance. Anyhow, Faval did that one dance. A galang so. You wouldn't like to see the swelter Ashande battle where Faval would have to duck from the whole dismal Faval. But me and the audience them tired out. God knows we can't deal with them all for the night. And my People's Point of View program, I've extended that program to the morning because Jesus Christ, we can't throw more upon Uno than we Faval good. And remember, say, we're going to have to listen to Andrew next Radarans or so on. And when Juliana respond, I know today Juliana respond, Jesus Christ, Faval. Somebody said, Jesus Christ, Faval. What was that? I mean, you could lay down at home, Faval. You could literally lay down at home and read the budget via YouTube. I mean, we could make preparation for that. You never have to really come out of your yard just so nicely, I must add. You never have to come out of your yard, Faval, just so nicely. Could do very little or nothing at all, Minister. Parliament mash up, see them and move Prince Charles' authority from Parliament. What was that though, Minister? Because when you're fingering the paper and you're buck shuffling, you don't even know, you don't even remember or know at some point what number goodies you were at in the whole. Faval, you're lucky you never danced in this evening, you know? Faval, you're lucky it wasn't a dance because the shandy back of ducking where you wouldn't have to do this evening. But we are going to leave it here. We will continue to ask the question tomorrow morning. Did Faval cross it? And it's quite what you call those questions when you ask them and answer them at the same time. What do you call those questions again? Wanna help me? Because Faval warned me out tonight, you know. You know the question them where you ask them and them answer themselves? But we're going to ask the question tomorrow morning, the rhetorical question. We're going to ask the question tomorrow morning, did Faval cross it? Thank you all very much for being here. We've been here for over 4 hours now. I won't warn you out anymore. We'll have the day tomorrow to waffle over the ministers. I don't know what it was. You decide for yourself. It was historical, but a historical car crash. Good night.
If you don't like missing out on the latest shows but still enjoy classic hits, then Global TV Group 358 is your perfect match. Global TV Group 358 isn't just another channel, it's your ultimate TV experience. From breaking news to binge-worthy dramas and timeless classics, we've got it all. Our unique blend of original content and global favorites means there's something for everyone. And guess what? With GTVG's seamless streaming, you can watch anywhere, anytime. Plus, our interactive features let you be part of the action. So, whether you're a seasoned binge watcher or a casual viewer, Global TV Group 358 is here to keep you entertained day and night. Don't just watch TV, experience it with Global TV Group 358. Subscribe now and never miss a moment.